The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Frontrunners came out swinging at the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Co-leader Fabiano Caruana pressured his opponent immediately with an unconventional opening, but the Romanian wildcard continued his impressive event, navigating his way to a draw. When chances come, you have to take them, and defending GCT champ Alireza Firouzja did just that, defeating a floundering world champion to join the triumvirate at the top. There's a four-way tie for first. How long can it last? Day 7 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 7 of the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in the playing hall as we are waiting for the players to arrive. It's a four-way tie at the top, and it's anybody's championship entering the final stretch. It's action time. Let's go to the studio and start Day 7 with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
It's getting crowded at the top with 4 grandmasters now in first place. And time is running short with just 3 rounds to go. More fighting chess from Bucharest starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-hosts, Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter, I like brilliant. Brilliant works for me. Pleasure to be in studio with you both. Welcome, everyone, to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. Bucharest has shaped up to everything that we could want. Hard-fought games and a real logjam at the top. Victories don't come easy for these players. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after 6 very hard-fought rounds.
Yeah, let's see who are these players sharing first. We have Fabiano Caruana and then 2 French players, Alireza Firouzja and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, alongside with Praggnanandhaa. They're half point ahead of 3 other players, 2 Americans, Levon Aronian and Wesley So, and 1 local Romanian, Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
The Gukesh at the bottom, boy, that's just an amazing story. Tell us about the format for the Superbet Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. They have 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and it's a regular scoring system with 1 point for win.
We know that it's going to be a 9-round event. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
Only 3 rounds left. Today players are playing round 7, tomorrow round 8, and then on Friday, last round and possibly playoffs right after that.
Tell me more.
Well, if there are 2 players tied for first, they'll play 2-game rapid match. The time control will be 10 plus 5. If 3 or more players are tied, they will play blitz round robin with 5 plus 2 time control. And if they're still tied, the remaining tied players will contest single Armageddon games on a knockout basis.
Do we feel an Armageddon in the air? And Peter, our 4 co-leaders, tell us about their challenges ahead.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's ahead in the final 3 rounds. You will notice some common themes, but the young man on your screen right now has a slight advantage, I would say, because he's the only one in the top 4 who has 2 white games remaining, starting with a game against his co-leader Alireza. Today, clearly a central game of the round, but we will have a game between our top 4 players every day, and then black against Wesley and white against Levon. All very important clashes for Prague. Then we have Fabi, who has black today and in round 9, and in between those, a game against MVL, a crucial game in round 8. Then Alireza, and in Alireza's case, as we see here, today he plays Prague, then he is white against Nodirbek, and then he is black against Deac, who is playing a very, very impressive tournament so far, so not an easy pairing by any stretch. And then MVL himself, playing 2 blacks in a row, today and tomorrow. Black against Deac today and black against Fabi tomorrow, and finishing with a game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda on Friday. So very interesting 3 rounds coming up. And we welcome our Budapest... I was always going to do it one more time before the tournament is over. I apologize. Welcome to our Bucharest studio and Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Cristian Chirila.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to Bucharest, Romania, for day 7 to begin here at the 2025 Superbet Chess Classic. And what a tournament we've had so far. Thrills and spills, and we have a 4-way tie at the top. Just an impressive tournament for a lot of players. But I have to say, I've talked to one of them yesterday, and I asked him about the strategy going into the last 3 rounds, because it's so important. It's one Alireza Firouzja, who won yesterday. He was the sole victor against Gukesh. Take a look and see what he said. Alireza, the last 3, obviously you had great positions. You scored +1, but you could have scored much more than that. Now you're back in the co-lead position. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think I should have won all the games except Fabiano, I think. So I was winning in all the games and I never was in trouble. So, but Fabiano played good game. Now it's fair result, I think. We have to see for the last 3 games.
And now that the dam has burst and things are going your way, you feel like you have a good shot at winning the tournament?
Yeah, I think still anybody could win this tournament. +1 is... I think leader is +1, so...
+1, yeah.
Yeah, and even the last places even could still win the tournament. So.
What's the strategy going into the last 3?
Yeah,
take risks, play more conservatively. How are you going to approach this?
No, most important is to take the chances. No, I mean, when chances comes, you have to take it. So that's most important.
It's all about taking chances when you get them, because it's so difficult to get chances. It's a low-scoring event, and as you can see, +1 is a 4-way tie at the top. Anastasia, what did you do yesterday?
Yeah, actually, I don't know what I was doing yesterday, but today for sure I went to the playing hall, yes, and also some players decided to take another chance and play against each other. And we had actually a fantastic battle between generations organized by Romanian Chess Federation and Superbet. I mean, such an interesting event. Small kids were playing against their experienced opponents, and we can see even the arbiter of the tournament, Ignatius Leong from Singapore, who also took part in this competition. The youngest participant was only 7 years old, and the oldest one was 82.
Wow.
Christian, such a big gap between the players, but nevertheless, all of them had a great experience, had a great time. The seniors won today, but I don't think it's going to happen
And that's
next
international master
year.
Cosma Iwan, a former contender for the national championship. So the youngsters didn't have an easy time.
Absolutely not. Of course, we know the result, but I think that it was really a great opportunity also to play them at the same boards as the GCT players, right? At the same playing venue, such a great opportunity for everyone. And it shows once again that there is no gap, there is no age in chess, right? It's all about your passion and will to play.
Very good point, and it's all about the interest as well. The Romanian Federation is helping build things from the foundation up, starting with the youngsters. So definitely doing a tremendous job. Guys, what are the pairings for today? Tell us a bit about that.
Thank you both. I have to say, what a thrill, though, to play on the stage as a youngster. That must have been great. Tell us the pairings, Nasi.
Let's have a look. We have 2 leaders, Praggnanandhaa and Alireza Firouzja, facing each other. Then we have Nodirbek against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 2 Americans, Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. The world champion Gukesh playing Wesley So. And Bogdan-Daniel Deac playing another tournament leader, Maxime.
Great pairings and very hard-fought games. What are they fighting so hard for?
They're fighting for GCT points and a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place gets $100,000, second $65,000, which is big prizes for everybody.
Thank you, Superbet, for that. And the top 4 finishers of the Grand Chess Tour will go to the finals, as we see 2 of the 4 tournament co-leaders taking their seats, Prag and Alireza. And Peter, I noticed that as Alireza was being interviewed there, you double-checked whether or not Alireza was overstating the case, that maybe he could have won all the games except for his game with Fabi.
He was pretty, I mean, maybe he was never winning against Levon. You could make a solid argument he was straight up winning in every single other game, and he was better against Levon. It's just that it never really crossed to the point where I would confidently say this is winning for Black.
We have some, thank you. So we have some public announcements, including some very seriously impressive people making ceremonial first moves. We'll tell you all about them in a moment.
Așa că merită să fiți alături de noi în ultimele 3 runde. Vă reamintesc că vineri ne vedem de la ora 14 aici pentru ultima rundă, pentru ca apoi să avem timp și pentru festivitatea de premiere. Înainte să dăm startul rundei, ca de obicei, avem câțiva invitați speciali pentru o primă mutare festivă și este din nou alături de noi.
I recognize the lady in white. She's an international master. We played European and World Youth Championships, same category every year.
Fantastic. It's a small world.
Small world.
Este Ana Maria Brânză.
She's top seed female player.
Can you guess her specialty?
I wouldn't have. She's a Romanian fencer.
Ana Maria Brânză.
And also being a good friend of chess as a Superbet ambassador. He's making a first move for Romanian Bogdan-Daniel against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
A champion fencer.
I think I've ever met a fencer, period.
Well, Julian here in St. Louis, he actually does fence. E4, nice.
Classical player.
Totally, love it.
Maria Brânză, also supporting chess through Olympic Committee. Chess in Romania, the president of the Romanian Chess Federation is also a member of the Romanian Olympic Committee, which is very, very important since last year. Mergem mai departe, sigur, am spus-o în fiecare zi, fără sponsori acest turneu este imposibil la acest nivel înalt și ne bucurăm să-l avem alături de noi pe președintele bordului investimental, unul dintre sponsorii competiției, Cristian Paul. Cristian Paul is chairman of the board of Investimental.
This gentleman, he is the chairman of the board for Investimental,
which wouldn't take place
local sponsor company.
The help of sponsors.
Welcome, Cristian.
Would we expect D4?
No E3, no D3.
Facem mutarea la masa a
Show your
patra.
investment strategy.
Okay,
Anything you want.
Whatever you want. There we go. I guess
D2,
that
D4. Solid.
We're beginning to see a trend.
D4s and D4s.
When we get finance guys on this, they play D4 very confidently. Yeah.
Nice.
Acum mergem mai departe, sigur, cu o persoană foarte, foarte obișnuită cu astfel de competiții la nivel înalt. Este o jucătoare de șah și nu una oarecare, este vicecampioană europeană, proaspăt devenită vicecampioană europeană pentru România, născută în Republica Moldova, dar reprezintă de peste 15 ani România. Face o bucurie.
I do have a plus score, but we played a lot of games.
As the European vice champion in chess this year. So she's used to high-level chess competition, born in Moldova, but representing Romania for 15 years now, a woman grandmaster and international master,
Born in Moldova.
playing also in open competitions at high level. I'm sure she knows
Thrilled to
what
go
moves to
and
make.
read all of these
Has it always
legends.
been the norm to shake every single hand?
No, it's
I'm almost in it
actually
today.
Yeah. Normally, just the table that you appear at, right? English, a woman of culture, of understanding, and taking her move back as well.
Una dintre cele mai mari performanțe ale șahului românesc, obținută chiar anul acesta. Și ultima, dar nu cea din urmă, siguranță cea mai mică, dar cu siguranță și va fi o mare jucătoare de șah. Este deja o performeră, este dublu campioană națională la sub 10 ani în șah clasic și la dezlegări și este de asemenea vicecampioană europeană de șah pentru școli, competiția europeană între școli, Anne-Sophie Ciuntu de la CS Oxygen Bucharest.
She's a double national
And Sophie
champion.
told us that her favorite
And
player is, or
she's
one
so
of
young.
the favorite players.
Wow.
Ramesh
She's
Babu
getting in some
Praggnanandhaa,
high
so
fives.
She will make the move for Prague. Also,
Nice.
She was one of the
chess
players we
player.
saw
And
in
Sophie
the video
is double
Anastasiya
national
showed us.
champion
Right.
Playing.
Under
The
10
youth
years old
versus
category,
the
Romania
veterans.
classical and chess solving. And the only player with a perfect score at last year's
Now, which table did she
European
want to choose?
The leader's
chess
table.
world.
Of course,
Knight
Knight
F3.
F3.
Solid.
With enthusiasm, too.
And also apparently the only player, if I heard that right, who scored all the
Mulțumim,
points
Anne.
in one of the European
Mulțumim,
championships in her age group.
You're not worthy.
A fost alături de noi, ați văzut-o și la
Thank you,
simultanul
Anna.
din prima zi și cu siguranță va mai fi alături.
Nice.
Aceasta a fost
As we get started for this round 7, I have to say that yesterday, MVL made a short draw because he sounded awful.
He did sound positively unwell, but yeah, hoping that an additional day to recover did its job, and we get a full game of chess today.
He, of course, is one of our tournament co-leaders, but our featured table's got to be the one between Prague and Firouzja, as those both of those players are also in the tie alongside Fabi.
And
it's
both of
this
the players
table.
like to fight and not make draws, even in drawn positions.
Absolutely, and well, you heard it very well spoken there by Alireza himself. He thought he should basically have won all of his games, save one with Fabi. He thought that was a deserved draw.
He lost that one.
Pardon me, he lost that one. That was when he had started so well and then got knocked back down. I'm very curious about the pie charts now. I mean, because whenever the tournament had a leader, they got a 20% chance of winning or
Right.
higher. Now that you have 4 leaders.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see today after round 6 what the pie chart looks like.
Exactly. Yesterday, Alireza has defeated Gukesh in a game that had so many twists, and it was only at the very, very end Gukesh let his draw slip away.
We chose a game again where Prague
Nobody
takes
moves.
a couple of seconds, maybe a minute before he makes his first move.
Okay. Is that a common thing, Peter, for Prague to do? Just
no,
at the
I
very
think it's a recent development. This was not the case even as recently as last year, as far as I can tell.
C2, C4, an indication that he's looking for a very specific type of game, whereas
C5.
the drawback of C4 is both C5, the symmetrical English, as well as E5. Those two moves, Black doesn't really get a chance to play those if you start with one,
Right.
D2, D4. So he played C4 specifically for a variation where he wanted to guide him. Now, against the symmetrical English, where do you go after knight f6? Do you go g3? Do you go d4? Do you go e3?
I did both of those things, but mainly g3. And the interesting part here is that Prague had this with Black yesterday, so there might be a discussion.
Some developments.
A discussion of the same position potentially, but for the time being, we're headed towards the sort of the classical four knights. Maybe he goes e3 here. These days, I think it's kind of well understood that there's nothing here, and if Black, you can bluff. You can play g3 here, look your opponent in the eye, and say, I do not believe you remember anything.
Right.
But in general, if they do remember, anyhow, d4 actually played e3 wasn't played.
Right.
So this might be where we're headed, because after knight takes d4, e6, I'm expecting e6. It's by far the most critical move in this position. You can play a3,
yes, that became
which
a
is
topic.
maybe the second most popular move in this position. But after bishop c5, these days nobody really gets much of anything at all. So yeah, g3 and do something. But the forcing line is after queen b6, as far as I understand, are currently quite comfortable for Black, as long as you don't mix up move orders. There's a lot of possibility there for mixing up move orders. Also, positions get very crazy. Like one of the actual central lines, I think, begins with this.
Yeah.
Just giving up on f2 with check.
Yeah.
And Black doesn't take, as far as I remember. So, yeah, there's a lot of fun potentially to be had here. but much will be decided by White's next move, for instance.
Exactly. And Nazi, how do these two players match up with one another? I can't imagine they played that often.
Wow, they have 8
I am wrong.
classical games and they're all drawn. 2 of them must have been at the candidates, and some at the Grand Store.
Right.
Maybe all of them.
I'm just looking at that world ranking, and as you say, they're so young, and yet both of them are in the world's top 10, and they belong there.
Absolutely.
They've definitely earned their ratings, as you see.
He has
G2,
played-
G3.
Yeah, Prague is asking the question. Yeah.
Right.
Are we
Now-
going to see Queen B6? Because if he hasn't repeated this line in a while, maybe it's not the safest way to go.
Well, you still kind of have to do it because now that you play d6, you really aren't going to equalize if you don't play Queen b6 here. I think everything else is putting you in significant danger of being worse out of the opening.
So if I play D5 and try to play a Tarash, that's what we're going to get.
Maybe you can still transpose into Dubov, yeah? Maybe this is the second best option then. We're being told that there's a number of games starting from here, which is not a surprise. Yeah, D5 maybe is a solid option then, because yeah, Tarash used to be an opening that people didn't really play very much since maybe the mid-80s when there were discussions. There was a full match of Kasparov-Smyslov, I think, for some reason comes to my mind, where they kept on discussing the old main line with Bishop e7, but obviously these days everybody and their dog plays Bishop c5 here and holds kind of comfortably. Shockingly, you give up the pawn on d5 in a lot of different ways, but you have compensation in every single one of them. So maybe we play Bishop g2.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if there's a difference. It's possible we can do exactly the same and kind of force you to
take on d5
to enter
anyway.
those positions.
Yeah.
So yeah, that actually provides. I was wrong. Yeah, that provides a very viable alternative.
I mean, again, if Alireza is feeling confident and Queen b6 will get a great fight. Where would you like us to go?
Let's check Fabi's game in other German
Let's do
leader.
it. He is Yep.
Those two players have played hundreds of games, if we count classical, rapid, and blitz.
Oh, for sure. And
just here in St. Louis alone, they've played at the American Cup. They always do the playoffs.
This is a throwback.
Yeah, I was good
classical Vienna.
Yeah,
you don't see it. You don't see it that often. In particular, because we started by opting for the Ragozin.
Right.
Fabi began by playing Ragozin. Bishop g5 is one of the central moves, and actually, I think it's supposed to be somewhat calmer than cd5, e5, bishop g5, because after h6, you're sort of supposed to take on f6, I think. And these positions are safe, at least to my limited knowledge. I don't really play this opening with either color, but compared to some of the craziness that begins from here, those positions are supposedly quite manageable. Yeah,
Wesley So and Levon.
But yeah, Fabi kind of swerves here and goes back into Vienna territory. And yeah, this is, and Queen a5 here, also a notable choice, because you can, of course, start with Bishop c3 and Queen a5, and the question of which one is the more precise has been discussed once again for ages and ages. And this allows some things which the other one doesn't, and vice versa. Here, for instance, one of the things you can try if you want is the move Bishop d2, which wouldn't have been available in the other line, because Black would have just taken on e4.
If you started
with the idea of meeting Queen c5 with this check, then you drop the knight back to b3, and you play Bishop d3 next, which results in actually quite interesting positions despite seeming symmetry in the center. You have to be quite precise with Black to equalize. Or alternatively, you can take on f6, which will transpose to mainline Vienna theory.
Which has also been discussed.
Yes, yes. I think Levon, to my mind, Levon is more of a Vienna player of those two. I think Levon has played this with both colors for a number of years, although maybe not recently. Yeah.
And we're both guessing a million games.
Yeah, in classical they have 37 draws.
Wow.
11 wins for Levon and 13 wins for Fabi.
They have really taken the measure of one another, haven't they?
How do they keep surprising each other in the opening?
Right? what's the expression? You again? I thought I dealt with you last week.
They actually did, right?
Yeah, and they really did.
They absolutely did, yeah.
Queen A5 on the board, as you were
Actually,
mentioning.
no, Fabio wasn't playing.
Yeah.
Or misremembering, but I'm
Bishop.
sure they played in the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop D2, main move. Bishop takes F6, main move. Which one will Levon choose? We'll keep an eye on that. Peter, over to you. Where would you like us to go?
Well, the game that provides us with the cleanest picture of what's going on, I guess, is the game between Deac and MVL,
Okay.
which began as an English, and then after C5, C4, knight C6, Deac actually did play the move I was mentioning early, 2E3, which is these days quite the central idea, because E5, D4 leads to positions that are not to everybody's taste. I think they're fine for black, but white has gotten some bites there. So people generally play E6, D4, D5, and
Everybody
after
plays
E3, yeah, there's been some developments. It's a bit of a sad situation when this is your main attempt to get any kind of an advantage in a number of openings, but we are where we are.
Yeah.
But today, instead of that, Deac goes takes bishop b5, c takes d4 is the main move here. Knight takes d4, bishop d7, I think has been conclusively proven to be okay. And Deac just goes for a very solid reply. He just goes e takes d4, black goes bishop d6, castles, bishop g5. Some slight pressure optically for white, but I think black can play bishop g4 in response. Because the pawn on d5, for various reasons, will not be hanging here. Bishop takes f3, followed by knight takes d4. It looks like white is actually getting somewhere, but the bishop is hanging. And the engine says this is completely fine for black. In fact, it even prefers black a tiny bit. Seems like, and in particular because of how quickly MVL is doing all this, that MVL is not surprised by this choice and should be completely fine. This is the mode of Deac we have not really seen in this tournament so far, apart from maybe that game against Prague where he kind of pulled the plug on move 7. But he does occasionally play extremely safely with white, and today seems like maybe after a number of very difficult games yesterday, his game was very, very tough, and he was in tremendous time trouble for most of it.
Yeah,
for like all 60, not even on all 40, all 60 moves he was in constant time trouble. So maybe he is trying to, limit the damage a little bit.
And where do these two players in the standing?
We'll know that MVL coming into this round is one of the co-leaders, and
Right.
Bogdan is only half a point behind him.
What a victory by either of these players could do for their chances. Bogdan could potentially jump into a tie for first. That would be a thrill for the local audience. Speaking of thrills,
Yeah.
a thrilling catch of the camera there, Kevin.
Well, I think
well done.
that's a combination of him being very excited about his position and also being slightly ill. Yeah.
Right. Bishop g5. You mentioned bishop g4. What is the theory? What is
Bishop
the
g4 is by far the main move. We still have 37 games
37.
reaching the position after bishop g5.
Right.
In more than half of those, bishop g4 was chosen, which I believe is the correct way to approach things. Black almost never wins from here. If this is 37, then I guess this is maybe 3 games won out of 37, maybe 4. So
10%.
white is incredibly safe, but white is also not winning very many either. Bishop g4, currently second best is bishop f5, followed by bishop g4 next move if you're allowed to do it. So yeah, I'm expecting bishop g4 to happen. It's extremely logical. You do need to do something about the potential pressures in the center. And bishop e7 is kind of naive. You don't want to allow this.
No.
This immediately starts looking like you might be
Pressure.
worse.
Yeah, absolutely.
And can you please show us also how Gukesh is doing against Wesley?
Let me take a look. Yeah, this one is very quirky because Wesley once again says, Berlin anyone?
Right.
No.
Thank you.
Bishop c5. And I guess the third most popular, maybe the fourth most popular move in this position these days is this very strange looking move, bishop a4.
Unprovoked.
Yeah, unprovoked, but I think we're trying to prepare for knight d4. The biggest reason for that is
If you
would,
castle.
you would much rather castle, of course, but that allows black to offload some pieces in the center because it attacks the bishop on b5. So if you play bishop a4, after knight d4, you even have to consider knight takes e5 because the reply normally is d6 followed by knight f3, bishop g4, but d6 is currently illegal.
Right.
And if you have to throw in b5, bishop b3, then your pawn on f7 is hanging. So that's a very committal decision. That's leaving aside the fact that maybe we actually gain something by not castling here and going knight d2, knight c4 very quickly. So black castles, and white, interestingly, doesn't castle here. Gukesh goes h3, which really is begging for d7, d5, which is what happened. e5, queen d5, and now we see potentially why this is being done with white, because normally the pawn is already on c3 in these types of positions, so the knight has to go to d2. But now it goes to c3 with a tempo. But honestly, this looks very, very comfortable for black. Castles played. Let's say knight d4. I don't quite see why this should be any good for white.
I think a lot of grandmasters do this as they make these comparisons. And I'm thinking about the Fabiano versus Bogdan game from yesterday. Colors reversed. Like e5,
Yeah.
e4 versus d6, right? And
But the queen is not on a5.
And the queen is not on
the queen is
a5.
on a good square. We already castled. I think
Right.
it's...
This is definitely prep by Gukesh. He has 134.
Yep.
And Wesley's been thinking, so he must have some ideas here.
I think he's just trying to get a position to play. If not knight d4, we are probably threatening a little bit. Bishop takes c6 because knight takes c5. If you take with the queen, will be annoying, and b takes c6 spoils your structure. So if you don't play knight d4, if you play, let's say, bishop f5, which would be probably the second most natural move, maybe you are a touch worse after rook e1 because your center comes under some pressure. Maybe we want to play bishop e3. Maybe we want to play knight e4 in some positions. Bishop takes c6 constantly is something to think about. e5, e4 probably equalizes. Now you have to say that these positions with mass simplifications in the center don't seem like they should be troubling for black.
No.
But knight d4 is a way to maybe even play for slightly more. Because knight takes d4, e takes, oops, not e4, of course. E takes d4. Well, knight e2 is not very attractive. Knight d5 comes to mind. The engine even plays knight h5 and says, okay, show me where this is going now.
Right.
I want to play queen g6. I want to play bishop d6. I might actually have ideas against your king side. And if you go knight e4, takes, we can start reminding you about this bishop on a4. Ideas of c6, b5, a4 might be quite reasonable. And the queen still is aiming for the g6 square. I think black is just comfortable.
I'd be playing bishop b5 in a flash there. It's funny, if you go back to the position where you castled and you went knight d4, I think it's move 4.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Misunderstood you.
Yeah, so this position, I thought this was very funny. You play knight c6 to d4, forcing the trade. Black forces the trade of the knight on f3. In a previous round, Gukesh has played knight e7. There was a bishop on g5 and knight g6.
Yeah.
And white plays knight h4 in order to force the trade of the knight on f3 for the knight on c6. So in one case, black was making the trade. In the other case, white was making the trade.
But getting rid of that
getting rid of
seems to be a theme. Yeah.
It was a pretty funny thing. We didn't get a chance to share that. And then finally, there was one last game that we haven't taken a look at. That's Nodirbek and Duda. This looks like
two people on -1 playing each other, and yeah, this is now a Zuckertort, a pure Zuckertort. For a second there, I thought I will get to talk about my favorite opening and the opening I played between ages like of 8 and 13. Every single game with white began this way. but I never played b3 in this position. I was a pure Cole player. I played c3 castles.
Peter was never boring.
Yeah, I was even more boring than this. I think these days this is quite rare. In, I would say, maybe the 80s and maybe early 90s, Arthur was doing it consistently and with very good results. And this, of course, as the name implies, it was very much en vogue in like the 1890s and the early 1900s.
Zuckertort was
and Zuckertort gave many a mate along the b2, g7 and d3, h7 diagonals. There are some very famous games starting from this setup. The idea, of course, is let's make some moves. The idea is, well, here maybe you can consider knight e5, but generally you castle, you play queen e2, maybe you play knight e5. These days, I mean, the more modern approach would be to play c2, c4 at some point and switch to those. Try to get the hanging pawn structures where you're hoping to, at some point, do something in the center. C takes d4 played very early. I'm not quite sure why we committed to c takes d4 as early as this. I don't think it was forced. But nothing bad happened to black here, of course. Maybe he wants b6, bishop a6, but then we are quite happily playing c4.
I always tease Rex and say St. Louis played host to the very first World Chess Championship match between Wilhelm Steinitz and Johannes Zukertort, and that Rex was on the appeals committee. 1886. And where do they stand in the standings? I think they're both -1.
Yeah, they are on -1 both.
Again, because it's such a tightly packed field, victory.
You only need one win.
And you're right
Jump.
back in the mix. I mean, there are 3 rounds to go. And these two players, seriously, I mean, everybody's ambitious. Let's just face it. Everybody's ambitious.
Absolutely.
And these two are going to be great rivals.
We have a
for
lot
a
of
long
moves
time.
now in 2 games.
Which would you like us
The
to?
leaders game, Pragg-Alireza
Yeah.
or Levon against Fabiano?
I think let's start with Pragg, because I think we can already say that his opening choice was at least a limited success, because he did provoke black not to play any kind of main lines. Alireza went knight, bishop c5, knight b3, bishop b4, bishop g2, d5. And now we have a choice. We can castle or we can take on d5 and then castle. Black pretty much always takes with the pawn. I think knight takes d5 castles would be quite bad. Yeah, the engine instantly dislikes it quite a bit. You can win this pawn, but
You're not going to
yeah,
enjoy
I think with the king on e8, with bishop a3, rook f c1 coming incredibly quickly, maybe you can survive move by move, but you generally don't like subjecting yourself to these types of tortures.
It's not fun.
So I think you go ed5, and after castles, you probably take on c3, because this is the bishop on b6 on b4 is not. It should be on b6. If you are to play these Dubov type gambits, it needs to be on b6. So you have to take and play castles here. And the question is, how bad is this? Because this is a structure that you get from all kinds of openings. Rogozin, for instance, you get the structure quite a bit. And if black, let's say, gets to play h6, rook e8, bishop f5, maybe black is completely fine. So it kind of hinges on, I guess, one question is, how bad is this? And something like queen b5 or queen c5 occurs to me. The endgame will be potentially a bit unpleasant, but it's very difficult to force black to take queens off. So maybe it's just playable. And the other option is to, instead of bishop g5, to try to push for c4 more or less straight away. Something like queen c2, with the idea of playing c3, c4, next move, let's say rook e8, c4, dc4, queen c4.
And then maybe we'll
bishop
fianchetto
e6
the
and
bishop? Maybe we'll fianchetto the second bishop
yeah,
as well?
this one definitely belongs
Yeah.
on b2 now that the long diagonal is open. But black is about to play bishop d5 in some positions. Also, I'm not quite sure where this queen is going. It doesn't really have a particularly comfortable square. So maybe this is just fine. And if you start with castling, I was worried about d takes c4 because I wasn't sure this is what we should be doing. And now both 92 and 94 are playable, but this doesn't seem like the end of the world for black. Interesting to see if we'll never know unless Alireza ends up being the player interviewed from this game, whether this is something he prepared or just his over-the-board reaction to being surprised by the mainline English. But seems to be actually a pretty decent stand-in for the main theory.
And at least he's got Pragg stumped. Nazi, what was the other game that you said?
Levon against Fabio.
Yeah, that one worries me.
That one worries you?
That one worries me because I think this is the line which ends in
a draw.
In a draw, yeah. This is one of the main lines, and this will maybe borderline refute the Vienna, if not for the fact that f takes e5, queen h5, knight d7 is. I think there's like hundreds of absolutely same draws being made from this position: queen g5, check, king f8, and you can make an immediate draw with a perpetual. Whoops, that's not queen g6, but queen h6, of course. Or you can go rook c8, bishop d7, where the only queen d8 equalizes. But it does equalize on the spot. There's like literally dozens of games which end with this perpetual. Unfortunately for white, you can never take on c8 because there's, let's show it on the board. The rule of chess commentary, yeah?
Yes.
Mates in one need to be shown on the board.
There you go.
Yeah. Let me check. 47 games, reaching this position.
With perpetual check.
In our database, yeah.
Queen
all
H8.
of them, of course, drawn, yeah.
Yeah.
So this worries me a little bit because I don't think anyone really can deviate if you don't take on e5. I mean, rook d8 appears not to lose, but I don't know why you would subject yourself to this.
Right.
Like h4 or queen f3 check, queen g3 check, and then some move.
Careful.
And after fe5, we enter a very, very forcing variation, which I think nobody really can deviate. Queen g4 instead of queen h5, for instance. Currently, my screen says h6 is just winning for black.
Yeah, Levon already played queen h5.
Yeah, queen h5 already on the board. Now, if you don't play knight g7, you are in desperate trouble. The other move that doesn't lose is f7, f6, but then after bishop c4, knight f5 check ideas with queen f7 coming in. This is very, very bad for black. So seems like this one might be.
And in terms
up.
of standings, there you have it.
Yeah, Fabian coming into this round as a co-leader, Levon just looking in, sharing fifth at the moment. So, of course, Fabi's playing with black, draw is a good result.
Absolutely. And why would Levon go for variation as a forced draw?
That is maybe he got surprised by the opening. Maybe he did not really expect the specific switch between Rogozin and the Vienna. But yeah, for Levon, who is trailing by only half a point,
right?
This doesn't seem like something he should be all that excited about. But you never know. You need to be sort of inside his head a little bit here to understand why he is taking what appears to be just a forced draw out of the opening, playing against his direct competitor in both here and in the tour. So it's an important game in every single context. But they know each other incredibly well, as we
just saw from the
know,
matchups. Yeah.
Not sure.
Did you say 47 games from that exact?
Yeah.
For queen takes e6. Here it will be more. In this position, it's 69 games.
There are some losses if black doesn't know, or
no, you can absolutely still lose if you like. The way to lose immediately would be to play e takes d4, and then suddenly you're just mated in two moves because this is very picturesque.
That's a nice one.
Very picturesque, but not going to happen. Not going to happen. I mean, no. I think even people who have never played the Vienna in their entire life probably know to play knight d7 and queen d8. Yeah, you can solve it over the board, but you see it so many times over your career that you kind of learn it by heart.
Exactly. I remember during the World Championship match of the FIDE between Timman and Karpov, we were looking at these positions for days. Very, very, very complex. Knight d7, Fabi, and both players have been playing very quickly. So
maybe they were both surprised by the opening choice. I mean, Fabi surprised Levon with the take C, but then maybe Fabi got surprised that Levon went for this directly drawish line.
Exactly. Queen g5 check, just as Peter has prescribed, and king f8.
You have to play king f8.
Strictly speaking,
probably
the
perpetual
only
right
move.
now, right?
Yeah, you can take an immediate perpetual if you want.
No, he's taking rook c8.
Rook c8.
And
just to beef up the number of times that this has been played. Well, it'd be a quick day at the office for us if all the games were to follow.
I don't think maybe one more might follow, but.
Right. And again, strictly speaking, queen d8 is the only move?
I think it's the only move, yeah. It looks like white's back rank is very vulnerable, but actually the queen controlling the c1 square is the most important bit. And also we're just threatening mate in 3 with checks. Knight takes c6, queen f6, bishop e6.
Right.
Played?
Yeah.
Knight
No,
e6.
people know, yeah.
Of course.
Even people who don't play this opening know this.
And my goodness, they are just playing, zipping right to that perpetual.
But it won't be one of the shortest draws we've had. It's not close. I think it reaches 20 moves. Maybe even goes over 20 moves. Yeah.
They don't get
Yeah,
Grand Chess Tour points for the number of moves they play. If they did, by the way, get extra money for making moves. Yesterday at the Title Tuesday, Hikaru Nakamura set a record for the longest game.
How long was it?
Yes. The longest game.
Ever?
On
on Title Tuesday?
On the Title Tuesday.
150.
Pretty good. And you, Peter, what was the longest game? Hikaru made the record yesterday for the longest game.
I'll go, I don't know, 179.
Just to be on the high side. 810. Thank you for playing.
Sorry, what?
810 moves. Thank you for playing.
And it was never a 50-move rule or anything.
I guess not.
800?
810.
I'll have to check that game. How is that even possible?
Ask Hikaru.
It was regular chess, right?
Yeah, it was the Blitz tournament.
Variant.
No, 810 moves.
I must see that.
Shout out to Irina for.
No one's gonna break that record.
No, I thought that was pretty good. Definitely worth a mention. They haven't made a draw yet.
Fabi's thinking.
There is a way of going wrong. You could play King G8.
Yeah, King F7, King F7 and King E7 are the same.
Yeah, King G8. The commentators. Golden rule.
Yeah. I guess he's trying to figure out if he should be worried about King E7, Queen G7, check, King D6, Bishop takes C8, but Black is completely fine after simply Queen takes C8. If I didn't have E7, Queen G7, yeah.
Right.
This way, with King F7, he avoids this line.
He went King F7 instead. Yeah, but
So
all of those things are exactly like.
When I take
like
on C8, I don't have the checkmate. I don't know. But there ought to be a principle. Losing a pawn with check. It's harsh. But King F7, Queen takes E6 check on the board.
So if King G7, you go Queen G4 or Queen E5? Not Queen E5, right?
Both are fine, I think.
Really?
Yeah,
Queen E5 is fine even?
I think it should be. I mean,
Oh yeah, because if Queen F6, you
but
take and
we're a
take.
pawn up in that endgame.
Yeah.
We're not worried about it.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you are. Yes.
Although Black is probably fine actually, because of the A2 pawn probably will fall. So maybe best not to fool around with those things.
Right.
Queen G4 is.
But
safe.
also I do think Queen G4 check. Yeah, it just makes the same pet.
Also, feels kind of incongruous. You know, we are trying to make a forced draw, and then suddenly we decide to play a game of chess
and fight for the win.
Yeah.
We must win. Okay, we do.
Should we stay and wait?
Yeah, that's a question. Do we stay and wait for the handshake?
It's not far away.
Okay, King F8. Give us a handshake. Levon looks like, come on. I mean,
yeah.
Or is there a good soccer match going on in
That's possible, yeah.
in Bucharest this evening?
Today's what? Wednesday?
Yeah.
Champions League final is not in some weeks. I assume it should be in the 20th something of May.
By the way, not for nothing, but seriously, Peter, I thought your pronunciation of Budapest was excellent. I mean, I think you really
on point.
Nailed it, you know,
on
perfectly.
Point, yeah. You know, and very, very fitting for the occasion.
Exactly. Pronunciation. Well, I don't know. I can't wait forever on these guys. Come on, where's the handshake?
Yeah, we'll come back to it when they're repeating.
Yeah. Okay.
Praggnanandhaa and Alireza did get the position we were discussing.
Yes.
Unsurprisingly, this is exactly what we thought Alireza was planning to play, and he played it. And now, yeah, Pragg needs to find a way to maintain some sort of a small edge. It's never going to be a lot, but...
You mentioned Queen C2 with the idea of C3, C4 as
or
one
Bishop
approach.
G5, yeah.
The second approach also being Bishop to G5, hoping that you'll be able to pressure the pawn on D5. You did mention, though, Peter, that
regrettably H6 just solves this. Yeah.
And Black says, I'm willing to trade off my weakness for your weakness. What do you say?
You can try Rook C1 and claim that you have two attackers on the D5 pawn and it will fall.
Yes.
But after Rook D8,
maybe you don't want to take it.
Yeah, I'm not at all sure I want to take that. Bishop H3, Rook E1, and then some move. Yeah, it looks very
a little bit.
Yeah, Rook E1.
Dodgy.
97, 95 with the ideas of Knight G4 somewhere.
Not worth the pawn.
Yeah, I don't.
That
I don't
looks
really
like
see
a
it
pretty
happening.
nice attack. Also, 97.
97 c4.
Are,
This maybe I could convince myself is semi-playable with e4 to follow up. Try to.
Keep the extra pawn.
Yeah.
But you know, we've been saying h4, h5, h6.
Yeah. Not in this game.
And here we've got a bishop already.
If anyone can do
ensconced.
that here, it's black.
Yeah. Just looking at b7, b5. Is this ridiculous, Peter?
No, no, I missed it.
Yeah.
Maybe I can take on a8, and then rook
Ah.
e takes d1. If that works out,
Then
maybe
we've
I'm
got a
doing
big
okay.
fight. Then we've got a big fight. We're trading the queens for 2 rooks. But in this case, I don't have to give up the light squared bishop, which means you don't get to checkmate me on g2 as easy. And white is a pawn to the good. So we're going to keep our eye on that one. I want to go also to
Gukesh's game.
Yes, Gukesh. And we do have knight d4 on the board.
Knight e4 played, rook e1 is a very quick response by Gukesh, reinforcing the idea that he's still very much in prep.
So how is black supposed to continue?
Yeah, this is actually quite clever from Gukesh, because the way to play this is maybe not immediately obvious. I had a feeling that you're not supposed to protect the e5 pawn, but the way the engine, too excited. Let's contain ourselves. Yeah.
Right.
Is to play a6 with the intention of meeting knight takes e5, which is just not a good move at all with b5, bishop b7. And we get a kind of a...
Really
this now looks
martial.
like an anti-martial.
Right.
But a very good anti-martial for black, because...
Bishop f4, let's
yeah,
say.
bishop f4, but we don't have to react to it. We can go rook a8 because there's no jumps necessarily. And eventually we will take on b3, getting this very kind of recognizable structure with the 2 bishops for the bishop and knights. And yeah, it's not... Like, the engine actually prefers black here, which is not clear to me.
Wow.
Why that is, I guess the idea now might be knight takes b3 followed by queen a8 and attack the pawn on g2. But yeah, this is... I wouldn't immediately gravitate towards I am already better with black, but I would be very interested with playing this position because...
But you know, it's funny. If you say to me, white is slightly worse, and I go, okay, what you're also saying to me is white is slightly worse because he made a mistake. Somewhere white made a mistake.
Knight takes e5 is not right, yeah.
I mean, why did I play rook e1 if I didn't want to play knight takes e5?
Because we are on 94 minutes from 90 starting and trying to make our opponent blink, basically. Because if you don't play a6, in particular if you do what the kind of the stand-in is here, which is this, yeah, you are actually a little bit worse. Bishop g5 coming in. Queen on f3 is a very beautiful piece. We played h3 ages ago to stop all kinds of bishop g4 and knight g4 jumps.
It's paying off.
Yeah, black is not helpless, of course, but you are going to have to defend some kind of we're not trading for now. We want to preserve our advantages. I mean, maybe even this is playable for black, but we're definitely picking white here. Rook b1 with ideas of knight e2, maybe. We are probably we do care about the pawn on b2.
But we're not worried about the bishop on b3 getting trapped?
Somehow it gets away, yeah. I think the point is you can play a4, but you can't really
play b5.
You can't really play b5 here so easily. So yeah, I think we're bluffing a little bit. And also after a6, we're of course not obliged to take on e5. We can play bishop b3, b5, and in this position we can absolutely pull the cord.
Maybe he wants to play knight d4 and retake with the rook.
Or that, yeah. A6, knight d4 is one of the
Take on d4 first and then knight d4, yeah.
Yeah, these positions, they are very level.
I was wondering
Queen
how
G6.
you're taking with the rook, like, gotcha.
Queen g6, bishop e6, next move.
Right.
This should be pretty level. The way to keep it more fluid is, I guess, starting with bishop b3. Interestingly, if you take, I guess the difference is we would maybe like to play b5 here, but we're once again blundering that pawn, meaning that rook e8 is normal, but then maybe we have some pressure with white, although, frankly, not a lot of it.
Hard to...
Doesn't look like we have a lot of pressure here. We have some ideas, but yeah, this is as Cristian described one of the previous games. This is a one and done probably, but it's maybe an interesting one and done.
Joining a long line of players who've given a perpetual check, the players Levon and Fabi are going through the same exercise.
Yes, I think they're one repetition away.
Yeah, now you can claim with King of A.
If I could make such an easy draw with black against Levon.
Yeah, I'm sure Fabi isn't unhappy about this at all.
No.
I'm much more curious as to why Levon was
so
as content with it.
Wow. Okay, our first result of the day is a draw as Fabi, my tournament pick, let me emphasize, is in clear first.
At the moment.
Don't you guys feel bad?
No, we're happy for
okay.
Let's check Maxime. Let's see how he's doing.
Yes.
We do have very dry openings today.
Yeah.
So far. Maybe.
Wow. Bishop G5.
Bishop G4 was
G4,
played. Bishop E2 was
Bishop
one of the engine's
E2.
main moves, and Rook E8 is extremely logical. We're not believers in the fact that D5 is hanging.
Nobody believes in symmetry anymore?
I think MVL is trying to play for.
I mean,
pretty.
You don't have any advantage, sir.
No, but
No.
6 is a good square.
Okay, so
And we
Rook
want rooks
E8.
on the open file.
I find that move far too challenging.
I think if knight takes D5, the intention is quite simply to take on H2. I think
So
this
what if
works
we
out.
start with H3? Start with H3 and on Bishop H5, try knight D5?
So at least okay. I like your thinking. We're saving
Trying
a pawn.
to save a pawn, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I think black is just going to take on F3 and play H6 in response. I think that's probably the intention.
And H6.
If Bishop H4, I am quite happily playing G5.
But I can...
Taking on G3, playing Queen D6, King G7, this setup is rock solid.
Honestly, I think you could even play Bishop H5 after H3 and still not lose a pawn. So you don't have to take on F3.
Bishop H5, knight D5?
Still go Bishop H2.
That's fancy.
King H2 and Queen D5, and you're going to take...
Because knight
D4
H2, Bishop takes E2 works out.
Yes.
Yes, so it has to be the king.
Okay.
Queen D5, Bishop F6, GF, and yeah, the pawn on D4 will fall, but this is maybe a touch unpleasant, but not really. I go Rook AD8 next. Off. Yes, such total dominance in the center. You're probably completely fine with black. But Bishop F3, H6, I think, is also very comfortable.
Yeah.
But okay, the inclusion of H3, Bishop H5. What am I supposed to do? Queen D2, Queen. Sorry, that was supposed to be Queen D2. How can I use my... I'm not a tempo up.
You're not.
No. Yeah.
I
Can't use anything.
You're really not.
I mean, the rook on E8. Why has black got the rook on the open file and white has not?
This is that position where I hate the rule of no drawovers.
Okay, I'd say MVL is very happy with the outcome of the opening. We're going to keep an eye on that one.
Check with Nodirbek and Duda.
Yes. This was the
last move.
Modern Zukertard. B6? What is that?
And then A5. Well, I mean, he is very insistent on playing Bishop A6, but...
So next Queen move. E2 is intended, I suppose, A6, you know, if we consider the move Bishop A6 a threat. I'm not sure it's a threat, but if you do.
He's still going for it. But before we finish that thought, let's go to Cristian, who is with Levon.
What was he thinking?
Levon, a bit of a surprising situation right now. It didn't seem like you even tried once he played the Vienna. Did he surprise you with this?
Yes.
Was this the reason why you said, okay, he probably spent a lot of hours looking at this line. I was surprised it's time to force a draw.
Normally I play Vienna with black, and I haven't analyzed it from the white side for many years because I kind of started playing more E4. And during the game, I couldn't remember a single thing about this line, so I said, all right. I remember the drawing line, so at this moment, unfortunately, I'm not opening-wise in a shape to fight against Fabiano. So, you know, I should train and work more and be able to pose any problems. Although Vienna and Ragozin are such openings. Oh, nowadays, you know, every single opening is very tough to crack.
Since your game obviously doesn't have a lot of content, as you called it, in fact, it was a perfect game.
Yes.
Pretty much. Let's take a look at this one. Gukesh versus Wesley, for the simple fact that Gukesh seems to have prepared something in this line.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about this bishop a4 idea with h3?
Yeah, this is well known.
Yeah.
You're basically trying to get a Jacobiano. Yeah. Yeah, d5 is considered to be the main. Queen d5 or knight d5? Both of them are pretty good moves.
Yes.
I think I was opting for knight d5.
You were hoping for knight d5.
I was opting in my preparation for
opting,
knight d5.
yes.
Yeah, opting, yeah. So.
And about castle, knight to d4, rook to e1. Again, it's Gukesh is blitzing out his moves.
The pawn is hanging, so he has to play a... he took on f3, yeah? Well, taking on f3 cannot be good. Queen f3 and then, you know, bishop b3, bishop g5. Looks
now
nice
this
for
is just a very pleasant position.
Yeah. I thought he had to play some Marshall style kind of thing. c6, a6, try to play with b5, you know? Give this pawn and then...
So you do give the pawn with a6.
Well, I'm guessing... Well, you can. Then b5, and bishop b7, then queen is on b6.
You're getting some play here.
If I want to, yeah. No, this looks fine, yeah.
The problem is if you don't know it and your opponent does, then you have to make that very difficult decision. Do you accept the worst position but maybe don't give up the pawn? Or
I think the main problem is when you play one opening, quite often you don't know it so well. It's strange. When you play many openings, you're more relaxed. When you play one opening and they surprise you, then you get nervous. And also, when you play one opening, one big problem is that quite often you think that you're invincible.
You know everything, and then you're surprised with something new.
Yeah, I used to have that. Now I try to play many different openings.
It seems like a lot of people do. Levon, we'll let you go and get ready for the last two.
Yeah, thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Levon, for joining us. Levon immediately spotted what the engine told us to be the case, that Wesley should not be trading on f3, but should be playing in Marshall Gambit style of a6, b5, and you just accept the pawn sacrifice, but you have really harmonious development. You also get to take a light squared bishop, which is not a bad deal, and rooks immediately come to the center. But then again, once I saw knight takes, queen takes, c7, c6 as played by Wesley, I still had to ask myself, does white really have that much here, Peter?
That much, no, but a little bit of something, probably yes.
Why? Could you articulate why white's better?
Well, bishop b3, bishop g5 is a bit annoying, and after those moves appear on the board, we might start looking. Let's add a move from black. Yeah,
right.
We might, in some cases, and the a5 I think is an important move in all of these positions to prevent it, at least immediately.
Okay.
Because maybe we at some point will start getting interested in playing knight e4, taking with the pawn and occupying the d file. It's dealing with the bishop on g5 is a bit awkward. Black seems to be doing okay, just completely ignoring the quote-unquote threat of
I'm
bishop
ready
takes
to trade
f6.
queens, yeah.
Yeah, we're still fine. Wesley not playing a6 hasn't really, ruined his game in any shape or form. It's just that he could have maybe played for more, and now I think white is pretty much always going to be completely safe here. But yeah, a decent semi-bluff by Gukesh. I think Gukesh had, a very reasonable expectation of not having to deal with a6 over the board if they get here.
Okay.
But yeah, it's still not a lot. Maybe bishop e3. The engine now is gravitating towards this, trying to maybe put some pressure on the e5 pawn. I don't know how to illustrate it. Maybe let's say if h6, maybe we actually want to do this. Yeah, and This now is a problem. Because the pawn
we're
on
very
e5 is so awkward that you'll have to play knight d7, and if you have to play knight d7, your development is going to be very stunted for a while now. But obviously h6 is very oblivious. You should do pretty much anything else, bishop e6. If you do the same now,
it's not as terrible.
Well, in the same position, the bishop already
it's from c8
has developed
to
a good square, and we
yeah.
can play f7, f6 next, supporting the pawn on e5 very comfortably. So yeah, maybe a touch better for white, but the next maybe 3 to 5 moves will decide if black equalizes completely, or if white, by playing correct moves everywhere, gets a bit of pressure.
Gets something.
And he won some time on the clock. He is only now maybe dipping below the 90 minutes. Hasn't actually dipped yet. Yeah, bishop b3, he is still...
He has a 40-minute time advantage.
Yeah.
That is...
So in those terms, this has been very good for him.
That's big. With this logjam, even though 4 players are tied for first, I won't discount the fact that the outsiders could also make a run in the championship rounds. The pie charts, statistically, tell us who's going to win.
Well, pre-tournament, though, it was Gukesh who was favorite, Abdusattorov in second, Caruana in third, but pretty much players all close.
Right.
After round 1.
In particular, keep your eye on MVL. He is at the very, very bottom, but he's going to come back.
Yeah, we had Firouzja and So leading after round 1, so they're the favorites. Let's see after round 2 how that changed. Firouzja maintained the lead, so extended his percent chance, 28%. Emil still below 6%.
Fabi only at 10%, but there he hits the trampoline with a victory.
And Prague also jumped to 25%.
So those co-leaders are in the 20s, right? But now that we're going to have 4 co-leaders, well, we'll see. That's getting ahead of ourselves, but there's MVL. MVL's
big
coming.
Jump, and Firouzja big drop back down to 7. Let's see after round 5. Fabi increasing his lead a little bit. Prague, MVL, the rest of the field kind of falling behind. But let's see after round 6, because Firouzja won and
just,
big jump. Yeah, these 4 players are sharing the entire pie pretty much.
it definitely feels like Wesley, Levon, Deac are on the outside, but again, with 2 rounds, the championship rounds will decide everything, as they should. C7, C6 by Wesley. I want to go back to the game of Prague and Alireza. I have to say, well, you said it to me, we've been having games, even those games that are drawn, that are really full of content, great fight, but somehow we're not seeing the imbalances this particular round. And this last move by Prague, C3, C4, feels like a very balanced game. And
today the players have chosen more peaceful openings.
Exactly.
The only imbalanced one is maybe Nodirbek against Duda.
Yeah, let's go there for just a second. So we left it Zukertort. Even though this bishop on b2 does not make such a sweeping impression, it actually almost stops completely Black's counterplay. There's no e6, e5.
No, it's never going to happen.
The pawn on d4 is going to maintain itself. If you attempt to go knight c6, knight b4, white will play a3. In the meanwhile, white is very, very interested in jumping with his pieces in the center, knight to d2, knight e5, and on a good day, following up with a f-pawn battering ram. Duda says, look, the bishop I'm afraid of is this one. Bishop to d3, it's eyeballing my h7 pawn. Again, knight e5, a rook lift, and checkmate. So a5, let's force a trade.
But it also is, I think, reserving the option of playing a5, a4. My initial reaction to a5 was, why are we not just playing c4, knight c3 here and enjoying a very nice advantage?
a4?
a4 immediately, and black is just instantly fine, because it's actually quite awkward to meet. If you play knight c3 here, black might even be interested in something like this, because we kick the bishop away from the long diagonal. We have this gorgeous square for the bishop, for the knight. And I think the reaction by Nodirbek here is the correct one. He goes a4. It makes our c4 plan slightly less attractive, but it does give us exactly this move that has been played on the board. Because taking on b5 and taking the bishops off the board this way if this lands on a4 and then we play c4, the black queen side becomes quite vulnerable to potential pawn storms, which is why this capture hasn't happened yet, and I'm expecting it not to happen altogether.
For me, Peter, because I used to play the Dutch and I got into these Dutch stonewall formations where, you know, like white or black was trying to trade the dark square bishops. When I saw these positions with a5, one of the things I like to do was play the move knight c3. So the idea behind knight c3 is I am determined to stop you from trading the bishops.
Knight b5.
And then I would put my knight on b5. And if they ever tried to play knight c6 to b4, I'm reserving, as well, I'm reserving a3 for...
Was a very solid option as well, and I guess the response is this. a3, as you said, is probably the right way to approach it. ba4 is pretty much never particularly good. Yeah, this was decent for white. Yeah, knight 95.
Yeah.
I'm assuming black is fine-ish, but you can absolutely play like this with white.
I can't play checkmate quite yet, but all right. And the current position, you were saying if Duda is forced to capture on b5, ab5, you mentioned knight c3, knight
I think
a4.
that's enjoyable. Yeah, well, you can consider maybe playing knight e4, or you could just play around this bishop on b5 for now. Maybe rook c8 next move. The question for white is, do we want to play c4 before black took on b5? Kind of potentially leaving ourselves with this slightly strange bishop on b5, which is looks very beautiful, but is sort of stranded.
Right.
But we do have knight bg2, rook ac1, knight e5, the queen on c7 will come under some pressure along the c file. This is a surprisingly non-standard position. I haven't seen very many Zuckertorts which got to this particular constellation by move 10. It'll be fun to watch. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Is this the most imbalanced game as we get ready for break? This is it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We've been spoiled by having so many great games. For the moment, it looks like the battles are to come. Before we go on our break, we check in with our friends at Q Boutique to ask them what's on special. Well, represent the St. Louis Chess Club in style with the Chess Club's puffy vest. It's back, emblazoned with the iconic logo over the left breast pocket. And check this out, made of 100% polyester, I kid you not. Available for both men's and women's at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. Don't miss. Seize the day.
And as we go to break, Anastasia talked to one of the tournament leaders, Alireza Firouzja. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Alireza, welcome back to Bucharest, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. You played here before in Bucharest, definitely. And which memories do you have from the previous events?
Yeah, I think the best result I had here was last year. If I would have won the last game, I would have been first solo, but I made the rod in the winning position against Prague, and then we had to play these long tie breaks with Fabiano, and eventually Fabiano won. So it's one of the tough memories I have from here. But it's still not. It was not a bad tournament. Sharing first.
Yeah, exactly. And do you have also some special memories of the chessboard from Bucharest? Do you have some places you like to visit once again?
Yeah, I really like the old town. It's my favorite place to walk around, and it's always very busy, so I really love this.
Now it's your second event in the Grand Chess Tour. Let's speak a little bit about Warsaw, your performance there. How can you assess your participation in the first leg?
Yeah, I mean, Warsaw was terrible blitz event for me. I played decent in rapid, but in blitz I just couldn't get what I wanted, and I was a bit on, you can say, maybe tilt after some losses. So it was a very strange event because I never play like so bad in blitz, but it happens sometimes and you have to move forward.
How did you manage to recover? You had a few days before Warsaw and Bucharest. What did you do during these days? Did you come back immediately to preparation, or you decided just to rest and forget about chess for some time?
I think I decided to focus a bit more on chess, and I really want to play my best here.
Yes, and like, what are your goals? Which goals did you put ahead before the start of this event? Like, you said a lot about mindset, and what did you do to have the right one?
My goal is to win here, of course, but in general, I think to play good chess to show that I'm still playing one of the best chess in the world. So that's my goal.
And what challenges do you feel the top chess players face during these days?
I think the World Championship cycle is a bit maybe not so perfectly made, because it's only one chance for candidates and every 2 years. So that's, I think, the maybe for me at least, it's something that is very tough to make, because it's every 2 years and you have to be, but you have to try, and it's how it is.
Do you feel that also switching from online events to live events from different time controls can also affect, let's say, the performance? Or it's easy for you?
No, for me it's same. I said it many times online, and it's chessboard and everything's same.
Speaking about also the Grand Chess Tour in general, you've played already 3 times, I think, as a full tour player. Who you would say was the most difficult opponent for you all these years?
In Grand Chess Tour is Fabiano, for sure. Every year it's me and him trying to get first. So when I get first, he gets second, and he's always he's the one that's trying to catch me.
Yeah. So what are you going to do about it this year, this season?
Yeah, he's a person that never loses motivation, and it's very inspiring actually. So I expect to again be able to compete, and we'll see.
And off the chessboard, is it something what you do that chess fans can be really surprised about you?
I don't know, maybe I like to watch a lot of snookers. Maybe that's surprising.
And does it somehow help you to with your chess? Let's say, you get
snooker is very, you have to, players, they calculate a lot where the ball has to land, and it's very interesting game. World Championship ended yesterday.
So this is what you were doing also between the events. If you had to team up with any of the players from Grand Chess Tour for the backhouse match, who would you pick and why?
I think Levon is one of the best, so I will pick him because he's one of the best probably.
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much, and all the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results because we already have one game that's finished. That was the game between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. It's a quick draw, as we heard Levon say in the interview. He did not remember the opening line.
He got surprised to begin with, and then he just had, this sudden failure to remember. But we have breaking news in the Wesley So game.
Absolutely.
The world champion.
Let's take a look.
Has caught Wesley.
Well, not yet, but bishop d7 is not a good move here for a very specific reason. Knight a4.
Give me the bishop.
Sorry about that.
We're ready for a good sneeze.
Yeah, and
incoming.
Giving up that bishop for not very much. Like you can play rook f8, but you are going to be worse in these types of positions because now bishop h6 this is just very awkward to play for black suddenly.
Bishops.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the idea for Wesley is, why am I in trouble? It's a knight on a4 that's completely misplaced.
I'm going to play b5 and win.
Unfortunately for black, you get hit by this move, d3, d4. You can lose your queen in a very picturesque fashion here. e4,
wow.
bishop f4.
I've won a lot of queens.
yeah, absolutely. And after d4, you're just in a lot of trouble. Rook f8 appears to be the best, but after d, rook e5, both bishop f4, which is probably what I would have played, rook e1, rook e1. Yes, you have queen f8, and the knight on a4 is still somewhat misplaced, but you can, for instance, play rook d1 with the idea of bishop d6 and knight c5. Black is barely alive here. And you can also choose to play rook d1 first.
This is the one I was attracted to.
And then bishop f4.
Now bishop, yeah.
This actually wins the exchange.
Not surprising.
Yeah, because allowing bishop d6, rook knight c5 is just lethal. So the engine says you have to do this, and once again, some issues with conversion immediately because this is a poor piece now. But we will get it out.
I was going to play c4 and knight c3, but yes, b4 and knight
I think,
b2.
not killing our own bishop is even stronger, although I very much understand, just giving yourself this square is good. But bishop c2 might be a bit stronger
Even
with the
stronger.
idea of before knight c5. It's,
fair?
I think fair to describe as a winning position if you play properly. You have to find knight a4.
Oh, you mean he hasn't?
He hasn't played it yet, no.
I was thinking, yes.
Oh,
he hasn't played it yet, but he has the option now. And he absolutely, if he finds this idea, which I think, I mean, knight a4 definitely occurs to you because you...
Right.
It's very, I think, intuitively understandable that getting rid of this bishop for this knight is to white's advantage. And then it's a pretty straightforward calculation. You can do bishop d4, but c3, d4 is going to be even stronger. So this is really the, oops, once again, overexcited. It's a very straightforward line.
Yeah.
Big chance for Gukesh to do something to improve his tournament here.
My apologies, because I think when we were returning from break, you had this position on the board, and I thought, oh my gosh, you know, like Wesley's in trouble.
I mean, he is, but not on the board yet. He is sort of, if play continues the way it should continue.
Any other ideas instead of knight a4? Could Gukesh play, let's say, bishop e3?
Bishop e3.
Yeah, he is playing. He is also better after queen g3. He is also a bit better after bishop e3. Bishop e3, bishop b4 is less. Bishop, I just don't like bishop d7 at all. I don't quite see why it was played in general and why it was played so quickly in particular. But this allows black some piece. Queen g3, rook e8, and bishop e3 here for some reason is maybe slightly more precise. Not quite sure why. The engine says your entire play is connected with this idea of bishop h6, and I'm going to give you a pawn for it. Obviously, the reason for that is that there is this move knight h5, winning this bishop on h6 immediately. But I think the conclusion here is just knight a4 is in a class of its own. Yes, you will have a small advantage if you play a normal move here, but knight a4 creates very serious problems. The way maybe not to lose on the spot for black is to play b5 here. b4, ba4, and unfortunately for white this is not good because suddenly things are happening, but bishop c4 is very strong. We want bishop d2, c3, and queen b4, rook e5 is, I mean, visually you can see that this is not going to be very comfortable.
Black's pawn structure is really bad.
Yeah, rook e8, you still have to solve some problems. If you could play bishop f4 here, you would be much better, but b2 is an important pawn, but you can play rook g5 actually is not bad, and queen f4 is also pretty decent. Creating a threat of bishop takes f7. By the way, for a second there, I was wondering why isn't this very good?
Yeah, e1 is hanging.
But this is not what's happening.
f7 is hanging.
Yeah, this is what's happening.
And by the way, you pick up the queen on b4
and
you cover
and protect one.
It's at the same time.
Yeah. And elsewhere in the tournament, a very good development for us, I think, in the game between Deac and MVL, because h3 has been played, takes h6. And you can, of course, take on f6 here and everything comes off the board. Or you can play bishop e3, which I thought was actually preferable. But bishop c7 is a very typical idea in these positions with queen d6 to come. I guess Deac wasn't in love with having to play g3, because then queen d7, bishop a5 maybe is a good idea to trade this knight away, put your knight on e4. He played bishop h4, and MVL instantly went for this line.
Which is something you described a moment ago with king g7, Peter, as being super solid.
The reason I said this is a positive development is that this is now somewhat unbalanced. We have a non-symmetrical material like bishop against knight. The white structure has been somewhat spoiled, and this might become quite sharp potentially. Where 3 moves ago we could have had complete annihilation in the center and complete equality.
We just need to ignore the engine that says 000, no matter what.
So this is
we close our eyes.
We're not interested in the objective evaluation here.
Our hyperbole is what it's all about. You know, like great stuff, double-edged, winning.
Well, definitely more double-edged than it was 3 moves ago.
Exactly.
Is the entirety of my point. I don't want to oversell it.
One of the things, great memories for me, what I call the cocoon. I was playing against Misha, Michael Tal. Yeah, I got my king on h2, and his king was vulnerable. Mine was never vulnerable. King h2?
Yeah, king h2 we play, I mean, rook e3 might be useful.
I was about to play queen d2.
Yeah, but let's say
queen d2.
Queen d2, maybe rook e6, rook e8.
Any vulnerability around black's king compared to mine?
For me, this structure in particular is always associated with, I used to be a 4 knights player. I think there's enough of a lull in action so that I can take a trip down memory lane.
Right.
So when I was kind of growing up, this was a very popular thing to do with the white pieces. it's enjoying a little bit of a revival now, connected with slightly different ideas. People are playing bishop g4 here, just the current state of theory, bishop g4. And after c takes d5, I think Kramnik introduced this idea of playing h3, queen f3, which of course doesn't win the game, but it kind of gave new life to this whole line. But I used to play bishop g5, c6, knight a4, which was in the mid-90s the absolute rage. And in these positions, at some point, you started, I mean, occasionally you would get, I'm trying to figure out how to get the correct pieces off the board. Let's say you go here, and then somehow, if you imagine this knight and this bishop coming off the board, which I can't figure out how to achieve. Yeah, let's say cd5, knight c3, bishop e6, knight e2, g5, bishop g3, we take with the pawn. Yeah, some position like this.
Okay.
That is what I was talking about. Even with the bishop on d3, which is arguably the diagonal where black is vulnerable.
Right.
This setup with the king on g7, h6, g5, and the knight on f6, against specifically the light square bishop, you just don't have pieces to attack anything.
Right.
And even with the open f file, as we will have, the reason I brought this up, we have a kind of a similar setup.
We put our bishop on c2.
Yeah, we can double on the f file.
Right.
But even after that, even let's say if I give you all, I blundered something there, but let's ignore it. Bishop d5 was winning or something. Yeah.
Right.
We don't care.
Right.
If I give you all the time in the world, okay, this now is a little bit dangerous because after rook f3, maybe this is a threat now. But you do need to pass for like 5 moves straight for black to be in some danger, and the pawn on d4 is quite vulnerable to counterplay. You can also maybe swing the knight over. But my feeling is the kingside setup is still quite safe. And also, well, once again, returning to my original point, this does have a potential of sharpening up.
Yeah,
if both players are in the mood for it, which is something we absolutely welcome, with games disappearing left, right, and center.
By the way, we do have queen d3.
That's an interesting option.
We also have an update in Gukesh's game. He did not play knight a4.
Oh no, he played bishop. No, that's
he played bishop g5.
That was my bishop to g5.
Can he now still get the advantage?
So if much of it is gone. a5 is fine. Bishop d4 is fine.
a5, bishop d4.
So knight a4 was just not an obvious move to either of these players, that he was that strong.
Guess not, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like bishop d4, strictly speaking, because I want to stop the knight from jumping. Knight e4. I'm eyeballing the pawn on b2.
Yeah, but this, once again, we have to say that Gukesh on top form spends about 2 minutes, and then goes knight a4.
Exactly.
He does not miss such small tactics normally, but this is just not his event so far, and yet another indication.
Wesley played very slowly in the opening.
Yes, and Gukesh, that was the first time he spent any time was on this last move, and he spent about 18 minutes. So he was considering different moves like knight a4, maybe bishop e3, bishop g5, but decided on this. And I mean, it's easy for us to say that most of his advantage is gone, but when you look at it, bishop g5 looks like the most logical move.
Right, developing is good. By the way, I noticed that Wesley did not play the move bishop d4. He just played rook on a8 to e8, defending the potentially weak pawn on e5. I don't know if Gukesh had bishop h4 to g3 in mind, or if he's playing for knight e4, recapturing with the rook. And
he can also now play maybe rook d1 and then knight d4 and take with the pawn again, because we'll have open d-file.
So let's just put that on the board. So I'm going to put rook d1. I'm not saying this is a good move, bad move. I'm just saying that you do have ideas like this.
Yes.
And hello, suddenly this bishop does look pretty good.
I mean, c7 might be the only move here, and then you're kind of worried. Bishop takes h6, bishop f6, all of those things. Your pieces aren't really where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, rook d3, and that might actually
this
have
could
something.
work.
I mean, it could work. That is a very exposed king on g8 suddenly. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like us to go, Nazi?
Let's check with Nodirbek. I think he actually managed to get some advantage after that
Bishop
strange
b5,
setup with
yeah.
the bishop on b5. Yes.
So the bishop went to b5, queen to c8. Okay, I'm guessing he wants to prepare knight to c6 and ask you what you're doing.
The next move for black.
c4.
The
Rook a7.
Yeah.
Okay, that's borrowing.
Well, preparing for the eventual appearance of the rook on c1, you need to put something in front of the queen. I think this is a very understandable decision. Rook a7, c7.
And you had mentioned takes, potentially
I think
asking, do you feel...
Yeah, but having played queen c8, you don't have to worry about d5, even your bishop on e7 is unprotected. I don't know if it's good, but you have to at least ask yourself whether it is.
Yeah. Okay. Let's pause our analysis and throw it to Cristian in Bucharest.
A bit of a slower day here in Bucharest, and we've had that interview with Levon, but off camera, he did mention that he prepared with his second for 7 hours today. And in fact, his second, he said that he did not sleep throughout the night, trying to find something against Fabiano's openings. Fabiano was the first one to surprise with the Vienna, and unfortunately, for us and the fans around the world, the players did not engage in a big fight. Now, one of the players that I do want to say some positive things about is Gukesh, because Gukesh has been having a very bad event. This is probably his worst event since the Grand Swiss in 2023. So definitely he's having a rough time. But he's still not giving up. He's still putting in the work before the game with his seconds, trying to find out ideas. And it's so difficult nowadays in modern chess to find ideas in the opening phase. He found one, and he surprised Wesley So. Right now he has a better position, but once again we're seeing some of the weaknesses that we're seeing in this tournament in particular. We know Gukesh as one of the best calculators in the world. But at this point, after bishop to d7, knight to a4, he should have seen this, right? Because after bishop to b4, if you allow me to take the two bishops, obviously I'm going to have a very pleasant position, not a decisive result, not a decisive advantage by any stretch of the imagination, but a much more comfortable position. If you try to shy away from that, and I'm not really sure what he rejected if he saw this, bishop to a5, now comes the tactical blow. You go d4, you put a lot of pressure in the center, and of course, if you take, this is the big trick. Bishop to f4, and the queen is pretty much trapped in the middle of the board. So a very nice variation that Gukesh from the candidates would have found immediately. My guess is that if he did see this, he rejected it because of a b5. But after b5, you just take on a4, or bishop to c4 as well. You give up the pawn, but then I take on e5. I take the central pawn. Your pawn structure as black on the queen side is still quite weakened, and I still have that tremendous pressure on the dark squares given by my bishop on c1, which does not have a counterpart. So I would say a missed opportunity, but still Gukesh has a very pleasant position against Wesley. A little bit more time, but again, he needs to find that composure and that precision that he's so well known for. That's it for the moment from Bucharest. Back to you in the studio, and I'll be here with more updates throughout the day.
Thank you, Cristian. We, during the break, we were looking, during what you said, we were looking at the game of Duda and Nodirbek. Rook c7, you know, it's the funniest thing. I'm going to make a poor move for white. You don't really see this very often, but there is this crazy idea that after bishop takes, there's just a terrible, you wanted rook takes c4 too, right? But there's just a terrible traffic jam. You don't see this kind of sudden pressure along the c file. You take with the knight, I take a pawn. Thank you very much. You take with the pawn, I take your knight. And again, thank you very much. And yes, of course, I can also take on c4. And I thought, well, the rook on c7 suddenly, it's an annoying, appealing.
You do need to address the fact that our pawn on c4 is now hanging, but we can start with knight e5 or really any rook to c1. I think rook a c1 is by far the more natural than rook f c1.
Right.
So those are your choices. I'm guessing the way the black pieces are, You will have to play bishop a6, b7 at some point. It feels really unlikely you will ever be taking on b5 because now, like, even knight takes b5 with the tempo is going to be quite awkward.
Right.
So let's go bishop b7. The engine goes rook fd1 and then rook ac1, and says white is much better, which,
well,
yeah, I wasn't so sure because once again, this is a kind of a strange piece.
Right.
And if black could play, I don't know, knight b8, f8 here and knight g6, I would be saying black is completely fine. I'm guessing the problem is whenever you try to play knight d7, you just instantly lose to something like this. So it will take some preparing. I guess bishop b4 maybe, h3, and even now, even with the bishop on
gone.
Yeah, gone. Your rook on c7 is vulnerable.
Yeah, black pieces have no space.
Yeah, so once you start analyzing this position, you realize structurally black is maybe completely fine, but solving the issue of simply developing your final undeveloped piece on b8 is not that easy. The engine goes maybe this, and once again, we can, if we want, go after the rook on c7, but you get some compensation. Now you get some compensation because the diagonal is open, knight f4 is coming in.
Oh, bishop g2 is
Bishop
coming.
takes g2 next move. Yeah, you get some play. And as a matter of fact, perhaps not going for that bait and just playing takes on d5 and then, I don't know, knight e4 and going for the kingside mates is maybe even more attractive. But yeah, very unusual position because you really don't see this set up every day or every month, really.
Right.
And black's position for now is sort of rock solid. The structure is very, very compact, and c takes d5 is never really a threat if we talk about this position. As you can see from the move h2, h3, white doesn't really have any immediate way to improve, but it's difficult to play. I guess the usual plans of like rook, let's say if black plays h6, we might be interested in rook d3 with the idea of rook f3 and reminding black that everybody is over there and the king is over here.
Right.
And if I manage to find a threat, it might be quite unpleasant.
Thank you, Peter. And what are the probabilities coming in today? Who's going to win? You tell us.
Let's see who was the favorite to win today. Wow, it looks pretty even actually. Only Nodirbek has some chances, 24.6 against 17.
Yeah.
Oh, and okay,
MVL.
I can see MVL, yes. He has chances with the black pieces.
He was in the bottom right corner. Very difficult
My black
visually, yes. But okay, only the
Pragg
25.
is also favored against Firouzja, just because of the white pieces, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Between those two, they had 8 classical draws.
Right.
Gukesh, slight favorite, and well, Levon, but...
We already know that Levon and Fabi had an early day draw there. And I don't know if Gukesh's probability was based on his results, because...
Probably how he's performing in this event.
Yes, exactly. All right, I'm going to go to the game of Pragg and Alireza, and let's see what has taken place. Out of a quiet opening, this was, what do you call this? 4 knights English with d4.
Let's see if it has an official name. It says symmetrical anti-Benoni variation. English opening, symmetrical anti-Benoni.
That just rolled right on. Yeah, okay, that's it. The anti-Benoni of 4 knights English.
It is very symmetrical, yeah.
C4. Pragg said, look, I'm getting rid of a weakness. The imbalance is I've got a 4 versus 3 kingside majority. You got a 2-to-1 queenside majority.
Then
but I've
two
got 2
beautiful
bishops.
on both diagonals.
Give me just the tempi I need to play bishop to a3, rook c1, rook d1. Maybe I'll put my pawns in motion, e4, e5. How are you ever going to put your pawns in motion? That's the big plan. Bishop e6. And yeah, because we were looking at something with bishop to d5.
Well, the thing is,
never got it in. Peter.
We were never playing h6. I think h6, it's an understandable decision to prevent bishop g5 forever, but we were playing rook e8 in this
That's
position.
what we were doing, yes, yes, yes.
Because bishop g5, we can quite safely meet with bishop g4, let's say rook fe1. The thing is, our engine is fairly okay with giving up this pawn, even in such versions, because you get a lot of piece counterplay. But From a human perspective, I think h6 is a very, very natural thing to do because you don't really want to calculate all these strange positions where you have this somewhat ephemeral, seemingly compensation for the pawn to begin with. But rook e8 is a much more useful move in this position. Bishop g5 is really no longer a threat, so you would much rather have your rook on an open file because you're doing it now, but you're doing it with a loss of a tempo, so to speak. Black is still solid, but yeah, of course he picked white. The question is, it will dissipate if you don't play precisely. If you allow, I don't know, knight b6, knight c4, or if you allow black to stabilize in some other way, your advantage will not disappear, but it will become much smaller.
How do we avoid knight b6, knight c4?
Well, we can sidestep it. At some point, the engine was suggesting queen a3, but this looks like a move you...
Strange move.
Yeah, very strange square for the queen. And even the endgames, like, to begin with I think you're very tempted to think you're much better here with white, but weirdly, the engine doesn't think so. It's I guess the majority on the queen side is sort of more relevant. Although, I mean, I'm sure pretty much anybody would be extremely happy here with white. It's just that maybe you don't actually win very many of these. Because after knight b6, there is some counterplay coming on the queen side. Queen f4, I think, if we're looking for a square for a queen to sidestep knight b6, I think queen f4 is by far the more natural, but black can chase it, like rook c8 followed by queen g5 is one suggestion. In fact, white might even want to play h4 to make sure it doesn't happen so quickly.
Actually, I'm having trouble understanding which side is white supposed to be playing on.
With your majority. You're supposed to be...
king side, right?
Yeah, or center.
Or center, yes.
Whether it's e2, e3...
Yeah, I think you probably want the queens on. I think you hope that maybe at some point you can create some pressure along the long diagonal. You would maybe like to provoke f7, f6, which also slightly softens up the black king side.
Well, now that you've mentioned the long diagonal, don't we play knight d4 and recapture with the queen?
I think the issue is knight c5 and knight b6, I think.
Ah, knight e6,
because
knight
knight takes a4, and then I guess simply rook a takes d8. And the bishop is hanging, and the knight. This is a very good square for that knight. Yeah. Yeah,
that didn't turn out the way I'd hoped.
No.
Okay, so include rook a d1 just for the moment. With our intention is knight d4.
Yeah, we're pretty much always going knight
Why
d6
doesn't he
anyway.
cooperate? Why doesn't he take on d4? Let me play queen takes d4.
I don't want the queen to appear on d4. You can have a rook there if you want, but
rook c8.
Actually. Yeah, this is where I get confused because I would think I'm much better to begin with. Like if you show me this
is
position,
what I'm
I
playing
would think
for.
Sort of a nice Solani.
Yes.
Endgames might be good. Like maybe I go a4, a5. Maybe I do something along those lines. Engine says enough counterplay. I guess bishop d5 is now a problem. Because we don't currently have e2, e4 as a reply. Also, maybe c4, c5, c3 comes very quickly.
But
like my initial reaction...
to play on the king side.
Yeah, we never got our two bishop play. Right?
My initial reaction to both knight c6 and frankly even this position. But I think here it's just very concrete. a2 is hanging, e2 is hanging. I think if after e3, if
we could get queen b1 and e3 in,
this at least I can explain in human terms. If it's white to move here, white is massively better. Unfortunately, black does take a pawn for not very much, and black equalizes.
Right. Got it.
So for Prague, it's a very important point, because if you can somehow keep the game going, if you can somehow not allow black to stabilize.
Look how important a point it is for both players, Nasi.
Yeah, they're sharing first at the moment with MVL and Fabi. Well, we know Fabi already finished his game in a draw, so if one of these players win, they can jump into a clear lead.
Yeah, catapult to clear first. And remember, for the GCT standings, if you win clear first, you get an additional 1-point bonus. And trust me when I say, I think the top 4 qualifiers going to be fighting for every single GCT point they can get.
Absolutely, everyone wants to go to Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. Sao Paulo, here we come. Bishop b2 on the board, knight d7 on the board. And it's really funny, because if we could get these nice gentle moves in, e3, rook c1, I don't know, even bishop a1, queen a3,
yeah,
queen b2.
We need like 3 extra tempi, and then we're better.
And then everything's nice. But this is coming very quickly. knight a6, knight c4.
A lot of lines that knight a4 was very annoying, actually, when the queens came off.
Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking, okay, rook d1. We went very fast there a moment ago. Queen e7. Somehow my desirable knight d4 was blunted, and I was just about to make the suggestion of bishop a3 when I realized that...
Still knight b6.
Yeah, knight b6. The knight on a4 is annoying. It's
Very
pressing
much so,
against c3. The bishop as well.
I think
placed.
our queen is misplaced on a4, even though it looks nice. But
Yeah.
after knight d7, now we're like, okay, the queen needs to go.
Let's try another one. Let me just stabilize my center. E2, E3. You're gonna tickle my queen. My queen's gonna end up on the king side. Queen f4.
And
so
if I play knight c4, you want to go bishop a1?
yes.
Okay.
So I'm trying to maintain this long diagonal. Quote, play in the center.
Rook d8, let's say. What's your
I think
plan?
that's a very good move.
Yeah, rook a8 looks logical.
Knight d4 and queen d4, I think you've addressed that issue very well. So just trying to secure the placement of my queen for a moment, h4.
No, that pawn's not getting to h6.
Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Do we want to try to get all the rooks off the board? Do I take on d1 and go rook d8?
Okay, yeah. What did the... We got this as a translation, and Peter, confirm if it's true. So this is from Lev Polyevsky's book, Grandmaster Preparation. He called the D file the chopping block, where everything got chopped off. Is that a good translation?
I'm not sure I've seen the original of this, but sounds like a translation that's on point. Yeah.
Yeah, chopping block. I would probably want to keep a pair of rooks on.
Yeah, rook c1.
Rook c1
Seems
for
very
the moment.
logical here, yeah. I keep on thinking this has to be much better for white. I'm sure if we ask the machine, it will say black is completely fine, but I am such a fan of having the bishops.
Yeah.
White should have a long-term advantage because of the bishop pair,
You
right?
think so? I mean, again, I've got the king side majority. Not that I'm not going e4, e5 anytime soon, but somehow I'm keeping an eye on the center.
I think if the queen was on e2, I think it would be more harmonious placement of the pieces. Then maybe you can actually start playing on the king side.
I could have gone queen to e4 too. Like if we go back just a second or two, we got to this position.
That might force a lot of
I could have played
trades.
queen e4 and asked you if you...
tempting me to trade some stuff. but-
Yeah, like bishop b3.
Yeah,
Do
if
you
I'm
really
not,
want to
no,
give
no,
up
no.
the
If I'm not
bishop?
winning
No.
a pawn, absolutely not.
No, and if you did go knight c4, weirdly, my queen sits there in the middle of the board, but it's not like you're
That's a good piece.
attacking me. I put it on f4 just because I thought, okay, I wanted to control some dark squares, and I was playing on the dark
Yeah,
squares.
I think without an engine, white, it's easier to play with white. Small advantage.
Right.
But-
And this young player from India, Praggnanandhaa, he's played awfully well thus far.
Well, he's a superstar. He's world ranked number 7 at only 19 years old. I believe he was even that last year when he was 18. So
3 times
World
the
youth.
world youth champion, winning those gold medals at those
Also,
junior.
I think they're missing one more tournament he just won recently, Paikidze.
Paikidze.
Still, yes. It's a big event to win.
Which I think probably was what swung it in his favor. I think he was sort of on the outside looking in. He was not at all guaranteed an invitation to the tour, but then just as the final invites were being sent out,
Just made it.
He won the premier event that begins the year,
Yeah.
and
Paikidze
that was
at
massive help, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That was what Bent Larson said, that every grandmaster in his lifetime has to do 2 things: win Paikidze and visit Naples. That's what we
very
do.
Few grandmasters have done that. Both of those.
Yes, every grandmaster. Well, I guess Ben had a lot of experience in Naples. Let's see.
I'm not for 2. How about you? Yeah, so you're probably on 50% there. Right?
I'm 50. I haven't visited Naples.
That's what I thought. I was pretty sure you won Paikidze.
Right, I won Paikidze, but not.
Which
no
year?
visit. Oof, 80. I scored 10.5 out of 13.
Who was second, if you remember?
Walter Brown was there, Timon Korchnoi, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was nice. What was very nice was I got the GM norm with like 3 rounds. Yeah, it was 3 rounds to spare.
Wow, that's
You were not a grandmaster yet?
No.
Whoa.
I got my GM norm. And I was the world junior champion.
Wow.
I was the lower rated player in the tournament, and that's what it was.
So that got you the invite. Yeah.
That's what got me the invite. Knight D7. Actually, I wanted to go to the game of Gukesh, by the way, because I was really drawn to...
You played that move Rook D1 that we're thinking of?
Yeah, Wesley still playing very, very kind of
passive,
careful, passive chess.
Yeah.
Bishop C8.
Time to probably pull the trigger on Knight E4.
Kind of recognizing that maybe the D7 bishop would be a tactical target.
Yeah, even here the engine goes Knight E4 or Bishop E3. But I think having played Bishop G5, it's not very easy to force yourself just to voluntarily bring it back to E3. You do get a bit of an edge here. Let's say Queen G6 and now Bishop E3. The point being that we're now prepared to double on the G file. But we don't really have sort of important entrance squares. Like in this position, let's say Rook takes, Queen G5, today. The Queen is aiming to land back on E7, then Black wants to play G6, King
I
G7.
thought you wanted Queen C1 and taking B2.
But then,
Very good, but then Queen F7 and you get mated. That's cute.
Let's show this. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Can't do this without first playing H6 or G6 or something.
Yeah. Right.
But you do want G6, King G7. In the meantime, maybe we can gain some space on the other side of the board. The engine suggests A4, A5 is useful. And now even A5, A6, and it actually says allowing A5, A6 is...
We switched from H to A.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so it actually prefers... No, actually, I really don't like playing A7, A6. I'd much rather play A6 and BA. So it's not nothing, but the material is limited. And Black, while being very passive, kind of has no weaknesses, and it's very difficult to play, to find a target to play against.
And if the Queen didn't come to G6 and went to C7, then we're much better?
Not really. It's kind of similar, but you do want to maybe have slightly better control over the king side. But it's very similar. It leads to pretty much the same kind of a position where the queen is on a better square, but white maybe, I mean, G3 is a good square for this queen, and H6.
It feels so small.
Yeah. Like margins are incredibly small here. Yeah. The edge my screen currently shows for white is quite significant, but it's the kind of an edge that I think, in your experience, the deeper you go, the lower it gets.
Right.
It's not the kind of an edge that grows with further analysis.
I wanted to go to the game of Bogdan and Maxime because the players have gotten into a middle game pretty much that Peter had been outlining for us by saying, even though it appears that white's king is actually safer, it's not the case, that black's king...
Because we don't have the right pieces to attack the king. Except for the knight. If white's knight goes from C3 to E3, suddenly white has something.
Exactly, but we can see that Maxime is preparing to control the E3 square with the move. So like if we were to get... We were doubling our rooks on the F file, but if we were to get knight to D1 to E3 to F5, that's how we win the game. But we're not going to get our knight to E3.
And even if we do, black would just play 97 and...
the other, knight E2, knight G3 is not going to happen either. So I'm thinking that Maxime is going to be pretty happy with the outcome of the opening. Nasi, what are the clock times between these two at the moment?
40 minutes for Bogdan. He's not in time trouble.
Is not.
Not. And Maxime has almost an hour.
So a 20-minute advantage. Okay. If I'm in MVL's shoes, I'm tied for first. Very, very nice. I'm
equalized easily.
Yeah, equalized. But I'm also playing the wild card. On paper, I'm supposed... We know that Bogdan has played actually a very good tournament, and he's no easy target. But on paper, I'm supposed to be happy and
Press in,
targeting the wild card player. King G7, we'll keep an eye on this one. And
where should we go? I think we have not really an update, but if you go back to Nodirbek Duda's game,
yep.
we have that position where all black pieces are very crammed.
And bishop went back to b7, the rook went to d8. And then
I think we were putting the rooks on d1 and c1. Nodirbek chose just rook a to d1.
This is an interesting point. I'm not quite sure why this choice was made. I was wondering because in these types of structures, when white goes rook a d1 and keeps this one on f1,
you're doing it so you can play f4, f5.
Yeah, you do think about all of those classical between games where f4, f5 is being used as a kind of a battering ram to launch an attack on the king side. But with the queen on c8, this doesn't seem like, we're not really threatening f5. Black will just happily take. It just gives black something to do. And after bishop b4, it just seems wrong. So I wonder what the intention here is. Maybe bishop c1, f4 is
we know what he should do. He should go h4, h5, h6. It's obvious,
always,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, black wants bishop b4 followed by knight c6 now, pretty much against anything. So yeah, I'm actually not against this at all. It's still something that black needs to react to, or maybe rook d3 with some rook lift towards.
I'm favoring a rook lift.
No.
Rook d3.
Rook d3. Already knight c6 becomes playable. I don't know why it wasn't playable earlier, but rook d3 seems to allow black to do it straight away. And I mean, once knight c6 happens, you start.
Okay, I play rook d1 now.
Yeah, rook fd1, bishop b4. We're one move away from actually landing my knight somewhere and then g6.
Maybe it's time to take bishop c6.
Yeah, we can maybe force that structure that we wanted to force. And now it becomes very concrete because black has some counterplay.
Our rook needs to be on a1.
Whoa. Hold on, knight c6?
If knight c6, yeah, the engine just says this is enough compensation because we end up with this is our worst light piece by a long stretch.
A country mile.
Yeah, and like if you get some position like this, you kind of know you're not even better.
And there is knight f4 too.
Really poor.
Yeah.
Really poor bishop.
And there was knight f4.
There was knight f4. Yeah, but I just wanted to show kind of a snippet. I will just play bishop f8 and I'm completely safe. Or bishop b7, f6 even.
Peter's only happy when he's material down.
I am.
But very safe. But a very, very safe king.
I am always gravitating towards these decisions, yes.
Wow, knight c6. That was a move that really took. So once again, we're going to do this again. Rook to d3.
Knight c6.
Knight to c6. We don't have any beautiful rook lists because this fellow's hanging.
We don't want to trade our knight on e5. That's our best piece. So we only look at bishop c6 or double in rook d1, right?
Right. So rook d1 and Peter played bishop
b4.
Bishop b4 against us.
So what is the exact idea of bishop b4?
Maybe to be able to take and go knight e4, maybe knight e7.
I'm thinking knight e7.
It's just knight e7, right? Mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm playing an isolated. Just a second. We took on c6 on the previous go round. If I take on d5, I'm assuming you're taking with the knight?
I would like to take with the knight, yeah.
Okay, and I'm taking with
rook
the
d3
knight?
played, by the way. We can see on our video that...
We haven't really gotten a chance to say this very often because the players are not... But they're really good.
Rook takes d5 here.
Rook takes d5, and so I'm playing an isolated queen.
But knight takes e5 probably equalizes here. Otherwise, I would be very much on board with what you're doing. But knight e5 seems to get so much off the board.
Because
d3.
At the end of the day, don't I have the open file?
Yeah, but bishop b7 and
no.
I don't think we have enough
to make a claims of.
Well, b6 pawn is a bit weak, maybe.
Maybe.
Can we go after it?
I thought I will have enough time to play something like bishop c6, rook d7, queen b7, and then I will be completely fine. But maybe queen d4 is awkward. I did miss that.
Okay, but that was playing for a minimal advantage if it's there at all. No knight f7 businesses?
The rook's on c7, you know.
Yeah, there is a rook on c7.
Excuse me.
Which does more than one job.
Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, and no, not. I'm way too slow. In other cases, yeah, knight e4, knight f4 is hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going nowhere. So once again, knight takes, rook takes. Peter was very, very clever to play this, and something.
Yeah,
even
I wanted to stop
H6.
PDA check, but maybe we can even allow, I don't know, allowing PDA check.
On queen d, just play.
Yeah, let's play H6 here, actually, yeah. Let's.
But okay, I feel I gotta have something. Check.
Bishop d3 check will be a bit awkward there, right?
A little bit awkward. And if you trade queens, then I'll have bishop to d4 as a way of making a little bit of a probe.
Maybe.
Again, I feel it's minimal.
Absolutely,
I mean, I'm not saying I conquered the world or anything like that. But in terms of standings, now see, these guys need to win.
They absolutely do. Both of these players are at -1, but there's still such a short distance between them and the leaders that all it takes is one win. And
yeah, well, they need a burst.
Yeah.
Get to 50%.
But there's only 3 games left, so
exactly.
they need to start winning now.
But let's have a deeper look at these two players.
He's only 20 years old.
Amazing.
World rank number 6. That's absolutely incredible. And he's incredible in rapid. He won the World Rapid Chess Championship in 2021. I believe Magnus was playing.
And the game he won against Magnus was a masterpiece. He played it, and he was so calm while he was playing it too.
He was 16 years old or something.
I mean, it was ridiculous. He played it. He played a tournament of his life.
Queen ending in the end, I think, that game against Magnus.
Yes.
Yeah, a very long technical game of a kind you don't often win against Magnus. Yeah.
Where you grind Magnus down? You know, I thought that was very impressive.
That's what Magnus always does to everybody.
Exactly. Rook d3, was the engine aghast?
No, it was on board with this. And
okay.
It still likes white after knight 6, rook fd1, but I think it very much depends on that line we were showing. After bishop b4, apart from this idea of bishop takes e6 and knight b5, it doesn't really see anything else for white. And yeah, I think it very much depends on whether a5, a4 here holds or not. Because if you don't play a4, if you allow white to, let's say, play rook c1 and then prepare knight 6 and land the knight on 6, we know we're not going to be completely equal. So a4, the engine goes rook a1.
Wow.
A b3. Rook takes b3, it really hates, because the point now is that c4, c5 followed by b5, b6 is going to be very strong.
Wow.
We're kind of switching to this plan of attack.
Yeah.
And after rook b7, dc, I'm pretty sure we're going to be combining threats on the queen side with some ideas of maybe, like if you take with the bishop, maybe you might get mated again in some lines. And after rook a1, yeah, the engine says you have to give up this exchange again. But here, maybe you end up losing the pawn on e4 in the end without winning the pawn on b5. And this, maybe you hold, maybe you don't. Like the engine does this, bishop a3. I have a feeling this ends up being a draw anyway, but it's touch and go. And of course, this is a very long line, which I'm not even sure is correct, because as usual caveats, you know, this is an engine which doesn't really gain depth fast enough. But something like this, if this is the only way to equality after bishop before bishop takes e6, this is not going to be easy for.
It's a narrow path.
For Jan-Krzysztof, yeah.
Wow. Okay, Peter, thank you for that. And I like the way you just say, you know, this engine, you know, he's spoiled. I mean, what are you using the cloud engines, and what are you used to when you talk about engines? What do you expect that these professionals are using?
I think when you're actually kind of interested in it telling you the truth fast enough, pretty much everybody these days uses cloud engines.
Yeah.
Either the ones provided by ChessBase, or for those who are not lazy, they set up their own servers. It's not impossible to figure out how to do that. And
wasn't it Topalov who was kind of leading the way in buying great computer engines?
Yeah, I mean, there definitely was some kind of an arms race in that respect, maybe in the late aughts or maybe in the early 2010s. But these days, I think, I mean, some people have supposedly access to some supercomputers, but I'm not sure how much of it. Like, it will get you the same conclusions, maybe a fraction of a second faster. I don't know if that's that important. Although I'm not the most technical of the chess players of today, you should ask.
Right.
I have some names in mind of people whose opinion you should trust a lot more than mine. Let's put it like this.
Do either of you actually have a favorite engine that? Do you use Komodo or?
I think everybody uses Stockfish now.
Stockfish.
Right?
I think the default is Stockfish pretty much is always on.
Right.
And if you're looking at tactical positions, I think that's enough. But if you're looking at positions where maneuvering is happening and there's no immediate problem to solve,
right.
I think you run Stockfish and Lila in tandem, and they occasionally give you very different things.
Oh, how exciting!
Yeah, which is the remarkable bit, because you would think there is sort of the correct answer,
right?
But very often, specifically in positions with maneuvering play, they will have quite significantly differing opinions on things.
We actually have
when the gods argue, what are we going to do?
There's a bad move in this game, Nodirbek against Duda, knight a6.
Knight a6. I guess Duda didn't like those positions with bishop takes and knight b5, so he's trying to sidestep it. But now after rook g3...
Which is the whole point of rook...
knight b4 and rook d1. Now Nazi's plan is very much on point. And I think the bigger issue is we landed the knight on this wonderful square. What's our next move?
Yeah,
we don't really want to play knight b4. We don't really want to take on c4 because that will open up everything in the center. And with the rook on g3 in particular, if the bishop on b2 comes into play,
careful,
you are going to be in so much trouble.
Knight should be going to g6. On b4
I mean, currently on my screen, the best line is bishop f8, h4, knight c6. It would have been there 3 moves ago.
Yeah.
This is just, and now we're not even forced to go knight b5, like bishop c1, switching it over to the king side and supporting h4, h5. This is a mess for black now. This is very risky.
Very risky. We know ratings are super important for the players because that determines their invitation in becoming a tour player, getting invited. All of the top players in the world get invitations based on this. So the ratings.
Before the tournament began in May FIDE rating, this was the top 10 in the world. So how many players do we have here? Gukesh, number 3, Fabi, number 5, Nodirbek, 6, Prag, 7, and Alireza, number 9.
But now, after 6 rounds of play, Gukesh has dropped
to number 5.
Right, Arjun.
Prag and Alireza went up by 1 spot. I guess he's gaining rating.
A little bit.
Yeah. Nodirbek, I think, remains the same spot. But Gukesh has lost 14 points.
Oh.
This is live rating, so he can still get those ratings back if he wins a couple of games.
But, wow, at the top you see how close they are. 14 rating points is actually just, it's simply huge.
It's so hard to win 14 points.
Yeah.
You have to beat Magnus like 5 times.
And I remember Magnus was on this roll where, was 2,900 attainable.
Oh, yes.
2,900.
Yeah.
So he's like at 2860, something like that. And he's trying to figure out what he needs. And it's literally 1 lost game. Mm-hmm. And, 2,900 was gone.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even close anymore. Knight a6 question mark. We understand rook d1, knight b4, rook g3. Mm-hmm. I know it looks a little bit strange. Rook. You were just playing rook g3 like.
Because we want to include h4, h5. Rook h3 also makes sense.
Yeah.
It's also a good square. I think it's a matter of taste, perhaps even,
right,
to some degree. Without the bishop on d3, though, the rook on h3, if we return to that, I think the way to maybe approach this is, if our bishop was on b1, I think it pretty much always
goes to h3. That's what I'm looking for.
But because it's not there, and also with the knight on b4, I don't think we can even organize it.
Well, I'll wait for you to play knight c6.
Yeah. But the evaluation of rook g3 and rook h3, it likes rook g3 slightly better, but both give white a very solid advantage.
Exactly.
It's not like rook h3 throws much of it away.
Do you guys remember the hippopotamus in the swamp story?
No, I don't think I've heard it.
The hippopotamus in the swamp? So Michael Tal, from The Life and Games of Michael Tal. He's got a knight on e5 and a knight on h5. right? And he's thinking which knight to sacrifice. Knight takes f7, king takes f7, knight takes g7, king takes g7. Around, yeah. And there's also a bishop on c1. So it's knight f7, king f7, knight g7, king g7, bishop h6, king h6, and blah, 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 blah. And while he's calculating the lines, he remembers a poem about a hippopotamus that gets stuck in the swamp. And as he's thinking about the poem, he starts to imagine, well, how do you get the hippo out of the swamp? You got to get the wires underneath. You got to lift the thing. And while he's thinking about this, he looks at his clock and he's down to like 3 minutes. And he panics. He goes knight g7, king g7, bishop h6, which is the...
Forgot.
And it's correct because king h6, knight f7 now. So he did it correctly and he wins a genius game. And he says, the next day I was delighted to read in Pravda or Sovietsky Sport after a finely calculated sacrifice. It worked out brilliantly.
I vaguely remember this story. I do remember the poem though. The poem is it's a children's rhyme basically about the hippo.
Do you remember things that pop in your head when you're
well, I'm seeing the knight on e5, and I mean it sears into your mind when you see all of these rook piece sacrifices. I don't know, but it feels to me like Nodirbek, he's in his element right now. Things are going well, I would say.
By the way, a little bit of an update. Gukesh did not play 94, the line we're looking at. He chose more what looks to me like a passive move, 92, but he's probably headed to f5.
Well, he's trying to play knight g3 and perhaps land it on f5. As usual, bishop takes f6 gives white absolutely nothing because the bishop pair will be completely fine. So I guess you play bishop h4 maybe, but now
bishop
even g7, g5 is maybe completely fine. In fact, because bishop g3.
You're on the wrong square, aren't you?
G5, white has to play d4, but now after he
that
takes
wasn't
d4,
the intention.
And queen d8. Seems like black is fine because once you can play c3, but after d3, rook takes d3 and queen e7. We're using the pin along the e file and knight e4 coming in. Doesn't even look like white should be better, frankly. It looks like black should be completely fine.
So
just not his tournament, I want to say. His
knight e2. It just
strange move.
Wow.
I mean, it's not strange, but it seems too slow.
I can sort of understand not wanting to trade pieces, but it just doesn't belong there. You're also removing your knight from squares where it needs to be.
That just feels wrong.
Any chance he wants to drop bishop to d2 and move it to c3 after
maybe.
h6?
Bishop
Is it going to be a good bishop though?
But wait a minute. Why are we playing this passively for black? Like, let's say
you're not playing h6.
No, h6 already played. So
h6 is already played because I'm thinking if you play knight g3. Can I play f5? And
knight g5 was a very solid move as well.
Yeah. Well, I start to ask you questions. I mean, my rooks are kind of positioned. Like, let me just play a bad move, if you don't mind, f5, and let me play one more bad move. I mean,
these are not bad. f5 is very solid.
Yeah.
For white, he's trying to make a bad move and allow.
Well, I'm just saying, you start to understand that things could go wrong.
Very quickly.
Okay, but h7, h6. Sorry, Peter, that was played.
Bishop d2, we can wait, or we can perhaps just equalize by 4 as by e4, knight e4, bishop e3. And frankly, queen 2, any square, but particularly here, knight f4, queen f5, and you've run out of ways to attack my piece. And g4, we can drop it back to f6. And things will start coming off. I have knight g5 ideas. I can trade on e3. If you take on c5, the knight will get rid of that bishop, which is a nice bishop, but if it comes off the board, black is instantly completely safe. Yeah, I don't think this is the way to play this with white.
Yeah, knight e2 just feels like, well, you said it well, passively, but there was just such a clear choice. I would put it like this. I want to go back to our two tournament leaders, because we have a very
That is a shocker, because
move.
That would be explicable by a b3 rook takes e2, but that just straight up loses to bishop takes g7, which I don't expect Alireza to miss.
No,
Hold on.
And if you can't take on e2, why would you ever part with the bishops?
Let me show you
That is
where my strengths lie. My strengths, forks.
I remember.
The double attacks. Bishop takes, and this one I get.
That's
a fork.
such a strange
That's a check.
decision.
And guess what? Your rook is not protected. Bishop takes b3. On what planet is Alireza on? A takes b3. He cannot play. I
am worried about the king side now.
Yeah, I think maybe you play queen g5
and hope.
Those endgames are, even the endgames, I'm not forced to
unpleasant.
take the queens off just yet, but even if I do,
But if I was going to play queen
without
g5,
taking,
start with it.
and then my next turn, maybe bishop b3 is some kind of a threat, because e2 in that case would be hanging. But this was a shocking decision.
This
Prague,
is very, very strange.
I think his advantage became very, very clear. Two bishops, open position.
Yeah, it's quite tangible now.
Let's say Prague's road ahead, because if he
succeeds today,
game,
let's just
yes.
say. Let's just say.
He's black against Wesley tomorrow.
That'll
and
be a
white
test.
against Levon in the last round. Not easy pairings, but there aren't any easy pairings in this tournament.
Exactly.
But today is such a crucial game because he is playing against somebody he's tied with.
Right.
And especially finishing with white is important as well. If you need a win, having white pieces is the way to go.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Alireza
queen
plays queen
g5,
but yeah,
recognizing that the e2 pawn is taboo.
Would you take here or keep the queens on the board?
I'm not sure. I feel good in any case, right? I mean, I feel good about e3. Pardon me, queen g5. I feel good about e3, queen takes. You're a Catalan player.
G-pawn,
you know
here
these
maybe knight
structures.
c5 is Alireza's plan, because if you allow rook fc1 here, I think you're just kind of busted. But after knight c5, if you can somehow get rid of the b3 pawn, it's still going to be annoying. And I, as a kind of a personal anecdote, I once lost a position to Ding Liren where I had two knights and a rook against two bishops and a rook, 3 against 3 on one side. I lasted 15 moves.
Two knights and a rook.
Just simply like h6, g7, f7, and two knights and a rook.
Nothing terrible.
No weaknesses, nothing hanging.
Did you lose
and two
a
knights
pawn?
in the center. No, you just, like, eventually some kind of, you need to worry about the back rank, so you play either h6 or g6, and your problems persist, and eventually obviously the position is a draw.
Right.
But it is possible.
You were the one being pressured.
The blunder was really only the final mistake, but I was already in trouble by that point, making seemingly normal moves. So even this, let's say if you imagine b3 being traded for, I don't know, a7, even these positions are not entirely safe, is the reason I brought this up. But also I'm not sure b3 disappears, like rook a3 is playable here.
Rook a3, knight b4 is
this is what I didn't want to allow.
Yeah.
This is why maybe we don't actually trade queens and play something like queen f3 or queen c4 in the current position.
Let's take a look at the current position. Maybe we don't trade queens, you say?
Yeah.
Queen f3?
Queen f3. If you play knight e5, I want to put it on c3, I guess.
You know, it's funny.
With that fourth thread.
All I was trying to do was put a battery of my bishop and queen. The moment he starts playing the white pieces, guess what he gets? He gets it with the battery on. Queen c3 and white is enjoying f4.
I want to say this is one of the stranger decisions I've seen in this tournament so far.
Absolutely.
Because it was just completely unforced. Black had a number of choices instead of bishop takes b3 here, which all seemed
He must have really not
playable.
liked his position already.
Yeah. I think you play bishop takes b3 if you think you're much worse already.
Exactly.
Wow.
To be fair, I have often is too strong, I have questioned at times Vichy's decision to part with the bishops for knights. He liked to play, but in an open position, especially one that comes from a Taresh, to giving up both bishops. Very, very shocking decision. And the queen g5 follow-up too.
Now, queen g5 now you probably have to play because you need to challenge the queen on f4. You can't really do nothing. But
is there a way that we can... What can
What are
we
you trying to do?
I was looking at something very silly, so forgive me, yes? Rook here.
Knight
Knight
c5, I guess.
Yes, rook
Rook
here.
d5.
Knight b3.
Takes on g5.
You were talking there a moment ago about the pressure. You didn't do anything wrong, but you just got two bishops and you lost a dingler in.
Yeah, you could get mated here very easily.
But the queens are off the board, though.
Doesn't matter.
Or lose a knight,
Doesn't matter.
Or lose it. Okay, well, we've reached that stage in our broadcast where new feature. I do very badly.
So do I, and so do I.
I'm not sure I like this new feature. It's a Stump the Commentators feature. I mean, the only person in the room who does any good, we've excommunicated, and Brian is out. Brian is not allowed to participate.
Who holds the record for highest elo to play a game in the Superbet Classic Romania? Okay, this should be very easy, but it's...
Who holds the record?
It's questionable, right?
It's the way the question's
not Magnus,
phrased.
because I guess Magnus never played as a wild card in the Superbet Classic. And then, like, Fabi's highest rating ever is higher than Alireza's. But that was maybe in the years when he wasn't playing in Romania. Yeah, I think it's
or we're overthinking it, and it's the obvious answer.
Yeah, if it's Magnus, we're going to
We'll have a break to think about it.
Okay, what are we doing on our break?
As we go to break, Anastasiya sat down with the players and asked them how they handle mental fatigue. So let's take a listen and we'll be right back.
Coffee. More coffee.
How do you manage the mental fatigue which comes from competing in such a prestigious but still tiring Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm a chess professional. Yeah, it's what I do. There's so many things that need to happen if you start as a young player for you to become a chess professional. Like just becoming a grandmaster. Like there are many grandmasters in the world, so you need that special extra something. Of course, you need to be physically strong and also very mentally tough. And that's one of the requirements to be a professional chess player.
Yeah, it depends on the result, I guess, because if it goes good, I mean, it's good. You don't feel that much fatigue, I would say. Of course, when things go south, then it's much trickier to handle. But it's also a part of the job, you know. That sometimes you don't win and you have to suffer. And it's also what chess is all about, and because you know it's people always remember like wins of certain players, but usually it's like only a small percentage of of their performances. So I mean, unless your name is Magnus Carlsen. So
it's tough, of course, to keep in shape, but I have many tricks. I try to do sports. I try to keep healthy and keep in good shape. And you know, hopefully that's enough. I also focus on finding ways to get back in shape after every game and be ready whenever I need to be.
Yeah, for sure, it's not easy, but you know, to have a fixed routine that you can follow every day, so that you can focus fully on the game, is something that helps me. And yeah, sleeping well, eating well, all these contribute.
Yeah, it's mostly before the tournament. You have to make preparation physically and mentally. So you have to be mostly mentally ready. Chess is a mental game, so it should be. You have to be up for the challenge.
It's always been a problem. I think at some point people just are low on fuel, and the mistakes start to happen. I think this kind of happened to me in Warsaw. Some people manage it better, and it's just something to work on. I mean, if you cannot win such event, a long season, if you're not totally fit mentally and physically.
Okay, in general, I try to recover fast and continue to fight.
This is something that I struggle with, but you know, I'm much more experienced to handle it, and yeah, I think we'll see. This year I also have like a bunch of tournaments lined up. We'll see how it goes.
It's always tough, and it especially gets even tougher towards the end of the tournament. Pressure builds up, and you kind of don't have to crack under the pressure. And yeah, it's very tough. But I think if you can, you know, do things correctly, combine, you know, resting and preparing, and also, you know, having a good time. You can manage throughout the tournament, I think. And yeah, last year I didn't came with my coach. This year I did differently, so I expect my result to improve, and I hope that I'll have a good time.
Yeah, it can be a bit tiring, especially classical chess these days. It's very preparation intensive, and it tends to be a bit more tiring, I think, than in the past, perhaps. The rapid and blitz events are a bit more of a relaxation, so that's nice. But in general, the chess calendar is so crazy these days that, yeah, it does feel like sometimes you have to take some rest, or, you know, if you're playing every single event, you can easily get very tired.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
The St. Louis Chess Club has served over 100,000 students with educational chess programming. From engaging in-school programs, weekly classes, and private lessons, to our innovative digital classroom and regular tournaments, there's something for everyone, no matter the age or skill level. May 8th is Give STL Day, and if you love what we bring to the community, please consider giving what you can. Your gift ensures that students all across St. Louis and beyond continue to receive the amazing benefits that chess has to offer. From all of us at the St. Louis Chess Club, thank you for your support.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 7.
And we're having the discussion. No. First, let's do the results first, and then, then we'll get to the question.
We only had one result so far. That was a quick draw between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. All other games are still fighting.
And now the commentator's question is to... I'm going with Fabi because somehow I can't choose the obvious Magnus.
So Magnus never played with classical?
Not in recent years for sure. Maybe earlier. But
earlier, I'm going to go with Magnus.
I'll take Alireza.
And you take
So
Fabi's.
I'm taking it's A, B, and C, and our commentators are stumped. Whew. Okay, I'm 1 for 8.
Same here.
Yeah.
Feels good. Now I have that. I don't know why. 28-20
is a good number.
Oh, yeah.
That is a solid number.
That's solid. We're looking at the game of Pragg and Alireza, 2 of the tournament co-leaders coming in today. There's 4 people tied for first. And Peter, you were saying Queen D2.
Yeah, I like Queen C4. I like Queen C4.
You like Queen C4.
And I think the way to play this for black, you kind of need to keep on trying to get the queens off, because I think if you keep the queens on, your king side at some point will become very vulnerable. So the engine plays Queen C5 or Rook A D8 followed by Queen C5. There's also this move Queen D2, which would have been probably by far the best in the position, if not for the same tactic with a slightly different twist. D7 hanging, you absolutely have to take on E2. Rook takes D7, you absolutely have to take on C4. And we've gotten a lot of material off the board, and in fact, I think there's maybe a realistic chance of ending in some kind of a 3 against 2. But white, of course, isn't going to take on B7 until you're absolutely forced to. You can play King F1 for now, maybe King F8 with the idea of Rook E7. Honestly,
this is a grovel, though,
it's an incredibly unpleasant, but maybe you have to. Because let's make some poor moves. Let's say we go Rook A D8, Rook F D1, and I don't even know how to pass. Let's say we go Queen G6, white goes H4. I have a feeling this will very soon end up being worse than what we were watching just now. Let's make some moves. Knight B6, we will, let's say, put the queen on C3. This is a good square for the queen.
Yeah.
Eventually, you will have to play F7, F6 because of just how much pressure there is along the long diagonal.
I don't like anything that's happening here for black. I just think this is strategically lost.
Pretty much, yeah.
From the current position, Alireza must be thinking he's going to play Knight B6 right here and right now.
Well, we play Queen C2.
Knight B4? Keep chasing the queen to oblivion?
Let's say Queen C3.
Knight D5?
Queen C4.
I feel I'm bouncing the queen around.
Yeah, but now the knight's no longer can attack it. You have Rook A8, but I can play Queen D4 here.
Knight.
I'm threatening H4, A7 is hanging. You're kind of surviving barely by Rook C2 with the intention of meeting H4 with Queen F6, which is going to be a very similar position to what we're. Oops, not F3, of course. This is a version of the same, but once again, maybe we can liquidate into some rook ending, which we will hold. But these are best case scenarios. Queen's off, we lose the queen side, but we are playing one down.
We do have Knight B6 on the board.
Did happen, yeah.
Yeah. Now you went Queen, and Pragg went Queen C2 as well. I went Knight B4, and I thought E2 was hanging.
Yeah.
You went Queen
C3, C4. There's also Queen B1, which I think might be a difficult move to make, but might be very strong.
Queen to B1.
With the idea of just trading E2 for B7,
okay.
Then bringing the bishop back to F3 and saying the underlying quality of the position hasn't changed very much. I still have 2 bishops against 2 knights. There are still pawns on the queen side relevantly. Let's say Rook A to E8. I want to play Bishop F3, Rook E7. I don't know, H4. And it's not pleasant for black.
Not at all. Let's give our analysis a rest and throw it to Cristian in Bucharest.
It's a slower day, but there's definitely some very intriguing games developing right now. Of course, one of them, Peter, you just pointed out, and that is the battle between the two co-leaders. So it has a lot of ramifications towards the end result in this tournament. But another one that's brewing right now is the battle between Bogdan-Daniel Deac and MVL. And I was in the playing hall, I was trying to gauge the psychological aspect of each and every player. And I have to say, MVL seems to be pressuring his opponent right now. Bogdan is out from the board. He made some easy moves, G3, followed by the tucking of that bishop in front of the king on G2. But right now, once you play the move G3, you created another weakness. And I've been trying to shuffle around the pieces, and this is the key concept in this position. White just needs to sit and wait. It's somewhat of a sad position. Black is better, but it's not very clear that you have the next target in the position, and this is what I was trying to find. Now, one of the things that I think White does not want to do is exchange the rooks on the e-file. For example, after bishop to G2, first of all, these few moves are most likely going to happen, whether they happen right now or they happen 10 moves from now, they will most likely happen because you want to start looking at kicking the knight from C3 away. A6, I go A3, you go B5. Now, of course, I would love to be able to go B4, but I'm not going to be able to do that. You're not going to allow me to do that. Now you have to start waiting as White, shuffling, king to H2. And this, I believe, is not something that you want. Conceptually, you sort of gravitate towards it because you want to simplify the position as much as possible with the white pieces. But after take, 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 now you don't have the pressure on the F-file anymore. And what I can do, I can start looking at potentially getting my knight to C6, and maybe I'll find that extra target in your position. Queen to F2, let's say knight to C6. I'm looking at the square D4, and then maybe at the right moment, I will go B4. Let's say you go king to G1, which perhaps is not the best move. But I will get into something along these lines. After queen takes B4, maybe knight takes B4 first. I'm seeing a lot of potential targets. And with the queen coupled with the two knights, the activity against the white king can be quite dominant, especially a white king that doesn't have as much shield in front of it. The pawn on G3, I'm seeing that as a weakness. So this one could be developing into more. And of course, Nodirbek, he's going for the kill. After rook to D6, and you could see his confidence rising with each and every move. Rook to D6, he found the best move, H4. Right now, the onus is on black, on Duda, to try to find the defensive response. And it's not easy, because my plan as white is very, very easy. I go H5, I try to create more targets in your position. And the question is, how do you accumulate the defensive resources that you need in this position? I'm seeing bishop to F8 flashing as the best move recommended by the engine, but it's such a passive position. The bishop on B5 looks a bit off, but it controls so many squares. It doesn't have any targets right now, but it controls a lot of squares and black's position as well. So definitely these two games outside of Prague's are the ones that have the most potential to maybe become a decisive result. Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, visually, it looks really good. And yet, Peter, we're kind of coming up empty-handed. Bishop F8, H6.
Yeah, it's a very strange position.
How's white breaking through?
That's exactly the question. H4 is, of course, correct, and black is completely tied up. There is no counterplay. There's really nothing to do about the center. One thing I will mention is when I saw Duda go for this DC4, BC4, Rook D6, I half expected to come to my screen, ask it about D4, D5,
right,
and find out that yes, after, I don't know, CD followed by knight E4 or something, we get to the G7 pawn. No, this doesn't work at all. And so you have to be more patient. But H4 is a very good move. But somewhat shockingly, in a position like this, the engine kind of starts shuffling. I think it very much hinges on the fact that bishop C1, which would have been borderline winning, I guess, because we're threatening H6. We also very much want it on F4, where there's a lot of potential for attacks. Yet there is this beautiful counter shot, knight BD5, using the fact that the knight on C3 temporarily is underprotected, and if you take on H6 here, obviously knight takes E3 and GH will work. And if you take, let's say, knight D5, E5, and take on H6 here, this is why we played Rook D6. And suddenly everything is connected for black. Two pieces are hanging at the same time. White is still maybe okay after sacrificing this exchange, but this is clearly not what we did this for.
Could we play bishop f4 instead of bishop h6 in this line?
Well, it's controlled.
No, knight takes, knight takes.
Ah, yeah, sorry.
And now bishop f4.
Bishop f4, queen f5.
now
The
queen
pieces start coming out suddenly. This is just, it's a massive improvement for black. So if you realize how important this knight bd5 shot is for black, the engine goes knight g4, knight g4, queen g4. But once again, it doesn't seem to be a decisive advantage, even though, honestly, I came to the board to take a look, expecting it to bottom out. Yeah, but it's extremely dangerous for black, obviously, if you make one mistake somewhere here. If you allow d4, d5, or knight f6 check or something, you will be busted. But you also have this
which you've mentioned
typical source of counterplay. Of course, the addition of h5, h6, and the fact that the queens are still on the board makes this quite unsafe for black. But game very much continues. But yeah, Duda clearly has a very difficult defense in front of him here.
Wow, again, I'm a little stunned, forgive me, I'm just kind of like recoiling. It's like white has done everything so well. The rook is, you got the rover, okay, maybe you're right, the bishop should be on b1. I mean, it's a little offsides on b5, but so many things should be in white's favor. d4, d5, you know,
does not
crescendo,
seem to work in any position so
send
far.
me my first place check for the brilliancy prize. It's all
The
mine.
body language of the players tell us that they don't realize what engine is saying, that black is still somehow okay here.
Well, okay is not the way to
but
describe it.
not lost.
Yeah, not dead.
Duda
looks like somebody stole his newspaper. I mean, you know, it's not fun. He's not enjoying what's going
He also
on.
has 20 minutes left for next 20 moves. It's not going to be fun in this position.
Yeah, that's going to be a factor. Yeah.
And by the way, after so when he played rook d6, at that moment, well, how much time has he consumed already to get at this moment? He's not played bishop f8, h6 quickly. He's facing h4, and he's burning clock.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how much time he spent on the last move, but maybe he also didn't expect h4, and now he sees more ideas for white. So yeah, he's struggling.
Well, that's the other problem when you're holding these positions is you tend to overestimate the attacker's chances.
Sure.
So you start seeing ghosts. You start thinking to yourself, oh, I can't allow that. And I can't allow that. So you find yourself prone to making sacrifices. And maybe...
He just made another move, passive move, queen f8, that computer absolutely hates. I saw the eval bar.
Now h5, h6, bishop c1 is much stronger because we no longer have knight d5. The knight on c3 is protected. And we do get exactly what we wanted to get.
Which is a bishop on f4.
Yeah, you have to play king h7, bishop f4.
We have to play king h7?
Well, there's no checks on this diagonal. Once again, there's no bishop on b1.
Okay.
But this now starts starts looking like it's lost. The engine even suggests we can temporarily remove the rook from the g file to start g4, g5. Black is so helpless.
Right.
We can spend 3 tempi arranging g4, g5 and opening up.
Maybe d5. I can see e7 being weak in that position that you
Honestly,
showed us.
once again, shockingly to my eyes, there is no forced win because I would be, if I had this with white, and let's say 45 minutes on the clock, so I can, I don't know, invest in one long thing.
Right.
I would be looking for something that wins on the spot.
Exactly.
It looks like it should collapse.
Right.
I don't know, d5 followed by, I don't know, c5, get the bishop to d3 and the game will end.
Right.
But the knight on b4 does at least it does a decent job of controlling the bishop on b5.
Okay.
So the way forward is slower.
Uh-oh.
We actually have 2 players repeating. That's Bogdan and MVL. They found a repetition and about to finish the game.
What repetition did they have? The knight b5 going back and forth.
Yes, and MVL just stopped the clock.
So MVL strategically did not play a6
to allow
to allow the knight to come to b5, and yeah, this game is over. I was sort of on board with what Cristian was saying in the previous segment. Endgames could become slightly better for black,
right?
But it's fairly balanced. I don't think, objectively speaking, I don't think black has anything, and MVL. I was honestly kind of stunned. I understand that those simulations that Ben Underwood provides us, they are not really based on current form. But MVL being a favorite in this game,
right?
With the way Deac has been playing in this tournament, with the black pieces against Deac this year in particular, I don't think you're a favorite.
And for MVL, his road ahead, Nancy.
Right, he finished this round 7, and tomorrow he has Fabi with the white piece.
With the black pieces.
Black pieces.
Fabi will have white.
Oh, that's going to be a tough match. And then in the last round, he's playing white against Duda.
Okay, potential there, but a huge challenge for MVL tomorrow. That could easily decide.
It's going to be one of the crucial games of the tournament for sure.
Yeah, and again, for MVL, you know, I must say, I'm an optimist to begin with, but whenever my opponent I have a 2-to-1 advantage on the clock times, I'm thinking, you know, I'm not going to allow a repetition. I know that, I know that Bogdan plays really well in time trouble, and I shouldn't think of...
I don't think we really have a plan, though. We're kind of stuck. Everything.
A6. Does White have a plan?
Well, A6, A3, we're not really playing B5 before. We're not going to organize very much.
Let's not forget MVL's not feeling too well, and he needs all the energy for tomorrow's game against Fabi as well.
That's a big point. We did see a repetition here, pardon me. It went like this, the queen, and hold on, I think it was rook E7 that set up this repetition. All right, so that's our second result. We're going to go to the game of Gukesh and Wesley So, because for my eyes, I'm thinking I wanted to play F5 as black, and the bishop on B3.
B5, right?
I had to block the bishop. Knight here is an indication.
We are trying to play queen G6 here, and that queen on F3 is once you take away the H5 square, Knight G5 is going to be a massive threat.
So engine approved is what I'm hearing.
It's a decent move, Knight H7, and in fact, Queen H5, Knight F6, Queen F3, Knight H7 is not unreasonable, shockingly, because of how unpleasant Queen G6 is. I don't know if Gukesh is particularly interested in ending the game right now, but it's one of the early suggestions of the engine. The other way to continue the game, if you don't want to do that, you're pretty much restricted to the move Knight C3, once again trying to stop Queen G6, because E5 is hanging. But Black can play Bishop D4, and you get the feeling that maybe one of the reasons he played Knight E2 earlier
was to
prevent this from happening, and allowing it now. And the engine now says, okay, time to go Knight E2, which is playable because Bishop takes B2, G4 is not better for Black. So there's actually repetitions kind of abound here. You can do one again, you can do this again. You're pretty much never playing Queen H4 because you instantly have to start to worry about G7, G5.
Maybe Gukesh should take it because they've only played 17 moves and he only has 18 minutes left.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, obviously with only 3 games to go and being on -2, no wins, it's not a dream to take a repetition on move 18 with the white pieces, but yeah.
Hold on, let's break that down again. You said he's made 17 moves.
And he has 17 minutes left.
Against 25. Against 25, they're both playing quite slowly, but...
And he had a chance earlier, of course, we looked at all those lines, but now his position doesn't look better at all.
No.
Knight C3, by the way, on the board.
We might see repetition here soon.
Knight C3 on the board.
By the way, Pragg and Alireza, they're going into that line with where Knight attacks the queen a million times.
Yeah, your Knight before Knight D5 is happening in Pragg's game, and Pragg did play Queen C2, Queen C3, and is now considering whether to play Queen C4, which appears to be the strongest move in the position, but he does have other options. You can play Queen F3, Queen D2, Rook AB1, Queen takes E2, and interestingly, even here, we lost an important pawn seemingly, but we're still better after Rook FD1.
Wow.
Because you are not pinning yourself with D8. You do have to give up on B7, you play something like Knight F6, Bishop B7, Rook A8, and hope you survive. Which is really not a given here.
This might end up being just like your game.
Well, that's a massive improvement. Like, if Black actually manages to remove B3 and A7, which White will have something to say about. No, this is very unpleasant. People have lost these positions many a time.
We have that on the board, but let's jump back to Cristian. He's with MVL.
Maxime, I have to tell you, just before you came here, just before you finished your game, I did give a whole monologue about how you're going to pressure your opponent for the next hour or so and maybe get a decisive result. But it doesn't seem to be the case. And in fact, you didn't think you were even better. You told me off camera. Tell me a bit about that.
Yeah, it just I was not so happy with the way I handled the position around here. And I thought, but like computer tells me I'm always good, but like I always thought, like if you can get his knight to g3, it's an issue. So I went knight g6, so he went g3 and bishop g2, and I was like not sure how I proceed. Of course, I'm very solid, but I couldn't imagine that I'm actually the one pressing. Like I imagined some plan to get his knight to f5 somehow, and but
to be honest, there's not much pressing going on, right?
Yeah, but like the computer says, okay, queen c6, b5.
Yes.
Yes. No,
I was thinking that you will always get something like this, right? He goes a3, you go b5, and then he has b4 under control.
No, it's a case of misjudging the position simply because, like, if I realize, I mean, I even saw queen c6.
At the end, yeah? After
yeah. But of course, the point is after knight a7, I probably put, queen a6, yeah. This I saw. So, but knight c3, I thought my queen is awkward, but yeah, if I can just play b5 and a5, I mean, of course, I'm not really better, but yeah, suddenly I can understand why I'm the one pressing.
How are you feeling today? Yesterday you were a bit under the weather. How are you feeling today? Getting better?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically on and off since the beginning of the tournament. Like some tough days, some days where my head feels better, but overall, good results under the circumstances, and looking forward to tomorrow's match. That will be pretty much decisive.
Absolutely. And speaking of decisive games, obviously you're still in the co-lead position right now with Fabiano. Two of the co-leaders going into this one, Pragg and Alireza, are playing right now. Have you been following their game?
Yeah, seems like Pragg had some idea. I don't know exactly which one in the English, but Alireza tried to circumvent it, but he agrees to be in a slightly worse position basically forever, and is like Pragg is going to be pressing for a very long time here.
I would say a good thing for Alireza is that his time management seems to be superior, at least for the moment. Only 12 minutes for Pragg, 31 for Alireza.
But with this pair of bishops, you never suffer bad tactics, basically.
Yeah. So even if he goes down on time, he will always have somewhat easy moves.
Yeah, I think so.
Maxime, thank you very much. We'll let you go, get rest, and get ready for tomorrow's big match.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice, Maxime.
Thank you, Maxime. Certainly he seemed to be struggling there. Just see how difficult chess commentary is. It's no, he's in trouble. One player in big trouble, Peter, is Duda.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof is not having a particularly fun tournament.
Right.
We were looking at this, but on our board, and that was very much prompted by the engine playing king h7 and not king h8, because it wasn't immediately obvious to me why the difference is so stark. With king on h7, you can play rook dd8, and you are still sort of alive. Whereas with the king on h8, the big difference is you get hit by d4, d5. You would like to play bishop c5, but after d takes c6, you can never recapture because you get forked on g6. And the position after rook d, sorry about that. After taking everything, white simply takes with the bishop, and then collects the entire board. f7 will fall. Like the possible variation is something like this.
Oh dear.
And yeah, we are going to just absolutely crash through in the center. Everything is falling.
London has fallen. Yeah.
Absolutely. Currently the suggestion of the engine is to do this. cd5, knight takes d5, just give up a piece. Yeah. Well, it's not actually a piece because there are some jumps available, but once again, it's a check. And in these positions, you end up
I've lost count.
I mean, rook f3 is very strong, but this apparently just wins by force. Unsurprisingly,
now
because
we're winning a piece.
It looks horrible. Yeah, it looks
and
very, very
the
horrible.
last rank, yeah.
And last we reach a position.
And Nodirbek coming to that conclusion very quickly. It didn't take him very long to go rook e3. So you expect he is doing this with the intention of playing d5.
Yeah, he played it very confidently. Yeah.
Nice game, but of our tournament co-leaders, Prague had these two great bishops. I've just seen this move, Queen d2, which is just a very nice looking move, Peter. I mean,
We should show that idea that on bishop a3.
Give me the bishop, give me the pawn. I'm ready to, and I admit my pieces are a little goofy. You are showing us an amazing variation.
Yeah, and Queen d2 is a very concrete thing because you have to figure out what to do against bishop a3. The threats are, I mean, simply rook a d1 is a massive threat. And the only thing that, if for instance, if you take on e2 here, after rook f d1, these knights probably never really get disentangled and you lose a lot of material. But you do have this amazing resource of knight c3, using the fact that this is a check and bishop before we win the piece back. And we also want to play knight before c2. The best move in the position here is maybe king h1, because it's important for us to make sure that knight takes e2 is not a check, and this is why we have bishop b2 in this position. But black can play knight c6, and this suddenly becomes weirdly manageable for black, because it's actually quite difficult to get rid of this knight. And e2 is constantly hanging, b3 will be hanging in some positions, knight d4 might be an idea. So the choice for Prague here is that move rook a b1, which we discussed, which leads to those positions where we win the pawn on b7 and play this 4 against 4 with a large advantage.
Which
He
looks
made
good.
a move, bishop c1.
But he played bishop c1.
Bishop c1.
Which is not great. Now we can take on e2, and in comparison, this is a big improvement because obviously we no longer control the c3 square.
My gosh, I mean, it just feels to me like that just throws it away. Rook b1, I thought that's a comfortable advantage, and I will.
So there was rook b1, and also just to mention, I think it's very difficult intuitively to understand how strong it is, but you could also try e4, queen takes b2 and eg, with the idea of playing d6 against anything, pretty much, and trying to win both a7 and b7. Obviously, this would be much better for black, but it's not there, and it's not getting there.
Right.
And we're really playing d6 against
everything,
more or less any move. Yeah, and this also gives white a very safe and a pretty tangible advantage.
I think
Bishop
it's
c1
unfortunate
is not
for
great, though.
Prague that he only has 9 minutes left in this critical position and still 18 moves to go. So he rushed a little bit maybe with bishop
Okay,
c1.
but now it's very concrete. I munch a pawn. What does he?
It's just fine for black. There is no real follow-up. You can play rook a5, but
rook a5.
But this is a much worse version, because black probably actually gets to the b3 pawn. Now we have knight d3 coming. Bishop, or knight c2, let's say bishop g2, we can play knight c2. And yeah, okay, now we get the Ding Svidler game, which, yeah, you don't have to play as poorly as I did.
So once again, trading on e2, rook a5. Rook a5.
Well, there's not much else, because if you play rook d1, there's always knight c3. Or knight c2 even. It no longer works. You need the bishop on b2.
Yeah, it doesn't look like enough anymore.
No. No, absolutely it doesn't.
Yeah, and has he played? No, he hasn't played queen e2 yet, because he has 30 minutes, Alireza.
Yeah, but he will.
But he knows that...
He just needs to double check he is not blundering something, but...
He's survived,
this is exactly what his previous play was aimed at, trying to get to the pawn on e2.
Yeah, when he took on b3, this was his hope.
Yeah, and I'm still the move rook a5 kind of like was a shock for me. I simply didn't see it coming. Now I'm wondering about the move queen e2, and maybe can I just hover, like queen c2? My dream is to anchor the knights on a5. Pardon me, to anchor the knight on b4 with a move a5, and to potentially play knight c3. I know I'm taking a strategic risk. Obviously, the two bishops.
Maybe rook a5 now is really good.
Rook a5, inviting knight c3. Okay.
This is not my idea, but I...
Please, it's okay.
Bishop takes h6.
Ooh.
It's an engine move.
That's crispy. I mean,
I
think
don't know how
that's...
it works. Oh, it is queen g4, queen b4. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Just take the knight.
I got that. that, that's a check, I move my king, and then the old double attack. The fork.
You're very good at this.
I'm very good at this.
But he's taken on e2. Queen e2, no need to complicate things.
That was always going to happen, and draw is now, I think, a massive favorite.
Let's see what is Firouzja's road ahead if he survives this game, and looks like he is. He has Nodirbek with the white pieces in the next round.
You never want to play somebody who just won a game.
That's true. That's true.
Well, the confidence might be riding high. Yeah, but you're right. He hasn't won, right? And he finishes.
Deac in the last round with the black pieces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every game is tough, but that's not a bad road ahead compared to.
I think MPL has Fabi in the last round.
Right.
Some developments in the Wesley versus Gukesh game.
All right.
Wesley chose not to repeat. He is trying to be more ambitious. He's gone king h8, and he did not get punished. There was an option for white once again to go for something concrete. White could and should have played d3, d4 here. It's very difficult to make these moves. We just came from it, so. But I think once you realize the idea exists, it's not difficult to understand. We're threatening c3, we're threatening simply knight takes d4 in the pin. And also, even if the queen goes somewhere, we take on d4, we take on e8, f7 will be hanging. So knight g5, we simply play queen h5. You have to play queen f6, everything else loses. And now we can take on d4, take on e8, and play h3, h4. And yes, probably this endgame ends up being a draw. But we can play bishop g6, we can play rook takes d4 even, which, yes, you are probably not winning this. But it's pleasant. Although, probably just a draw after rook g7, though.
Right.
Instead, he played queen h5, and now we are allowing black to play f7, f5. And we are kind of worse. You have to play d4 now, because if you don't play, black is simply speaking threatening to play f4, g5. The bishop is in a lot of trouble.
Right.
So you have to do the same. But you allow black a tempo to play f5, so black has the option of playing f5, f4, and you have to do this.
Oh dear.
Although, it's difficult. It's difficult for both players, honestly. This line is very crazy. Is there anything simpler for black?
Right. Can we navigate something
this entire line after d4, this entire line appears to be borderline forced. I'm expecting some version of this to appear on the board. This is becoming very sharp suddenly.
And players will be playing this with time trouble too.
Yeah. 16 against 14, and this is
Who's got the 16? Yet.
Gukesh.
Gukesh has 16 minutes. Wesley?
14.
Wesley, actually, he doesn't, I want to say, he's usually very good at staying ahead on the clock. He has this internal clock that says, okay, I gotta
Let me show you something fun
in the
meantime. D4 hasn't been played yet, but I'm expecting it to be played because everything else looks, frankly, poor.
Right.
D4, knight f6.
Okay.
Now, if d takes e5, your bishop on g3 is still hanging in the end, so you're losing a full piece. If you go bishop takes e5, there is queen takes e5. Missable, but bad.
Right.
Although, actually,
I don't have time to take
Actually, not as bad as I thought, but
Bishop
still
F7.
pretty bad, because after knight f6, black
Two
ends up
pieces.
with more pieces. Yeah. So you go queen f3.
Okay.
You have to play f5, f4.
Okay.
D takes e5.
We're taking on g3.
We're taking on g3,
of course.
E takes d6, g takes f2. You have to play queen takes f2. And regrettably, it ends up probably being a draw in this position with knight e4 double check and knight takes d6. And yes, white is maybe a touch better after rook d1, but you should be able to hold this. But this position, and if you play king f1, you're worse after takes, and knight e4 specifically, and in the end, you will drop the pawn on h3. And you will be at least a little bit worse with white, despite the pass around d6. The bishops are just too strong. Bishop f5. Black is definitely playing for a win here. Probably still a draw, but it's definitely black who is playing for a win here.
Crazy. I thought f5 was giving black an advantage, and you're showing us variation after variation where...
This is where the players are standing. Wesley's only half point behind the leaders, so if he somehow wins this, he'll be jumping and sharing first with Fabi at the moment. So things can turn around very quickly.
Yeah, jump on the trampoline.
We just don't expect the world champion to lose a second game in a row.
No, it's been a terrible
He needs to
event.
pull the trigger on d4, though.
Yeah.
There will be more decisions to be made further down the road. You can't leave yourself 3 minutes here. And you can't allow f5, f4. If you allow f5, f4 and play bishop h2, you are like massively worse.
You'll be playing a piece down for
quite some time. Yeah.
But you realize in d4 is your only move.
But
it's hard to accept.
True that. But I'm thinking Gukesh has played knight c3 to e2 voluntarily. Then he took the knight back, and now after d4 forced, you
have to go back again.
I mean, these are very hard moves to play because you're undoing.
Yeah, it makes you doubt yourself that, okay, I must have done something wrong.
Right.
To be in this spot right now.
And now an important turning point for Wesley, because if you play bishop takes d4 here, I don't think you can come back. You have to go for that really crazy line with a 4 g5.
Right.
Where everything is hanging in the final position with the manipulation being around zeros as usual. It goes f4, bishop h4, g5 strictly only move, knight takes d4, queen f6 strictly only move. I think the main line continued on my screen, knight f3. We're still not taking on h4 after knight f3. We go e5, e4.
Of course.
White goes knight d2.
What a line.
We're still not taking on h4, we're playing bishop f5.
Okay. That's not that easy to play.
Well, the bishop's trapped.
Yes,
so
I
it's not
that,
terrible. We just don't want to lose our e-pawn.
Yeah, we value our e-pawn.
But e3 is an option, maybe. So.
That's also.
Yeah.
But we don't want to give the.
This is all very, very unclear. Or alternatively, you can go knight f6 right now and calculate that cleanly if you can.
But the end of this variation led us to the promised land of advantage.
No, I think it's around zeros. Regrettably.
I'm fighting so hard. What am I fighting for, Nazi?
Fighting for triple zero.
Triple zero.
Absolutely.
I don't even get I don't get a biscuit. I mean, come on.
In the meantime, Duda did something that we did not expect.
He's
just
collapsing.
Briefly, let's switch to Duda's game because it might be nearing.
He is collapsing. I hate that move.
Finish this?
Yeah, he's gone knight before a6. I'm not sure what that even is.
I think
and
that's
after d5,
accepting that
we're just.
you're lost.
I mean, he wants the knight on c5, I guess, to support the central pawn slightly. And yeah, the way White wins here is still kind of slow. There is no immediate knight f7 or knight g6 or anything that works. The best move on my screen is slightly opaque to me. Queen e2 f3. I don't know what that threatens.
I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes. I don't know what that threatens. Second best is bishop f4 g3. Honestly, this might still be a game, because if this is how the computer proceeds from here, it's not that easy. And d5 already played. I just want to note that another option that was on my screen, at least briefly, is this very beautiful move, knight d5, with the intention of meeting, of course, ed with knight f7 and rook e7, and we collect absolutely everything. So black has to play, apparently the best by far is rook d5, cd, knight d5, and white is much better / winning after bishop a6 and queen b5, but game still sort of continues. I guess the weakness on f7 with like rook f3 coming in might be a problem.
So we have knight c5 on the board.
But he played d5, knight c5, and now, once again, I think you sit there with white thinking, okay. One final tactic somewhere,
right,
and it collapses. But it's not collapsing. And also bishop c6, let's say, would be a very normal move, but black, I think, really welcomes the opportunity to get rid of some pieces.
Truly. Now he's actually got good pieces.
You said queen f3 was the best move. Is the queen going somewhere from f3?
Maybe we're actually just supporting stuff on c6. Maybe the idea is not to allow the sacrifice I just showed.
Yeah.
Maybe we want to play knight c6 or bishop c6 next.
With the queen on e2, it's natural for me to think we're crashing through on e6.
Right.
So I want to give your knight the boot, and I want to give your rook the boot. Knight d3? No, the rook just goes back.
Just rook d8.
I take on c5 and you recapture the bishop.
You're kind of supposed to go back. Like
No. I was taking on c5, anticipating bc5, and I'm crashing through.
Can we just look at d takes e6? Just open up the position.
We take?
Advantage gone.
Yeah.
And now tempo.
More or less, completely gone now.
Now we understand why bishop g3.
Prophylaxis move,
Right, anticipating that you can't really move, and maybe the bishop.
He played rook e1.
Rook d1 played. Not the best, but a very solid move as well. Black kind of has to drop the rook back. We still.
Whoa! I can't.
I'm assuming you're asking me why this isn't winning, yeah?
H5 is hanging. I don't know what.
Oh, come on. That's so easy to blunder.
Worse for white, because everything is hanging, h5 is hanging, there's this very annoying pin.
It's criminal that there is nothing on the king side.
Absolutely,
How is this not?
It is absolutely criminal. But yeah, bishop c6 still gives you a massive advantage. Let's say if you play bishop a6, if you try to avoid this. Black just has no moves. The way to win this is actually, we're not immediately solving tactics, we're just improving slowly and driving the black pieces further and further away from good squares. And I guess we want maybe to play knight b5 next. And
for Nodirbek, he comes in with the -1 score, as does Duda. A victory today.
First victory in the tournament.
Would
for either of them
would give Anastasiya hopes.
Oh yeah, he's her pick. Yes.
Hopes. Rook
because Nodirbek
D1,
needs the Grand Store points, of course.
Of course.
So
he's a very ambitious player, and he knows that he's at that stage in his career that he needs to be playing the Gukeshes of the world, the Prags of the world, as often as he possibly can, and increasing and getting into the candidates. That's what the career is all about. Rook on D1 to E1, you know.
Still a very poor position, and also 6 minutes against 21, which is going to be a major problem as well.
And just sitting there looking at your position with the black pieces, optically it's a disaster.
Yeah, you feel like, well,
you're never going to have an active move for quite some time yet. All the best moves are like king h8, g8 is being suggested, bishop b7, a8 is being suggested. These are your moves here. Nothing goes anywhere.
Right.
It's an incredibly miserable thing to contemplate on 6 minutes in particular.
And also, I like that. And here you go. I think
D8.
Rook D8 was one of our considerations. But this move, Bishop C6.
Bishop C6.
That looks really nice. I mean, as you say, it's just you keep improving one piece after another, and you start to understand.
Yeah, you just have to be patient. It's not time yet to start sacrificing stuff on f7 or g6.
Yeah.
But it's easy, by the way, to lose patience and to think to yourself, oh, I must be crashing through. Just my pieces are just in such good squares. Going to keep our eye on this one. I want to go to Prague and Alireza.
Yeah, this one
just
is
to catch
going
up
to
on them.
off our screen very soon, I feel.
Are we?
Fizzling out.
Oh, because
pair of bishop is gone. Yeah. Where did it get traded?
Rook a2, and he allowed knight e2 check, and the bishops came off.
that is such a massive relief for Alireza.
Yeah, bishop e3, I think you take, you play knight c6, and I think Prague probably plays rook a1 in that position. To be honest, I don't think there's much sense in pretending we have anything anymore.
Any reason to go back, not to play a5?
Oh yeah, a5 exists. Yeah, then we don't play rook a1.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably see a5.
A5 bishop takes b4 happens on this instantly.
Yeah, and then we make
rook
a very
d5 and everybody goes home.
Yeah, very
this
correct
game this game is about to end.
Yeah.
By the way, things are heating up in Gukesh and Wesley's game.
Oh, he didn't play
no bishop d4.
Queen f3.
Whoa.
And
Let's see.
No queen
we
f3.
did see
play
d4.
Queen f3.
He
played queen g6 and he got hit by 5 f4 and now he is worse. A bit.
A bit for now, yes.
Yeah.
Because bishop h4 needs
bishop
to be
h4 strictly only move because d5 I guess now just loses to fg3. You needed your queen closer to
home.
Good squares. Yeah, fg3 just wins on the spot.
Okay, so bishop h4 box.
You have to play bishop h4. Black can take on d4 and should only move as well. Like it becomes like no. This
takes d4.
This doesn't work.
Sorry.
Pawn takes and bishop f6. We include rook e1, take on f6, take with the g pawn. We're a pawn up, but I guess there's some compensation.
So many pieces are hanging.
You also
take
have
with the g pawn. What?
No, queen takes
f6. Right?
Yes, and then
also
we take
rook e8 here, by the way. Instead of queen takes f6, rook e8 might be the way to make a draw.
But how does black respond?
Bishop c5.
Only move?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Good enough?
Good enough.
But good enough, yeah, because everything has stabilized.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm holding my breath. There were so many pieces were hanging. The queen was on pre. There was checkmate on the back rank, and
yeah, is white actually worse here, or it's more of a draw?
This seems like it should hold. Yeah, we take everything and we go 92 in the end. I guess it's a draw, right?
Take on f8 and 92. We get a
92,
pawn back.
we can play f3, but I will take on d4, fg, king g2, or fg even like 96 or bishop e6 or anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem very dangerous for it.
No, no.
And both players under 10 minutes now for next 19 moves, so mistakes are still possible.
Possible,
They're boundless.
But those are
Forcing
very
moves.
forcing moves, and you don't have much scope for deviation along the way.
But it feels like White could easily go wrong, right? I mean, bishop h4.
Yeah, but if you don't play bishop h4, your other move is bishop h2, and
which nobody likes.
Yeah,
nobody likes.
How can you choose that over bishop h4? For black, I haven't yet worked out. Okay, maybe have I? No. I'm trying to figure out why bishop takes d4 loses, because the ancient definitely does not play bishop takes d4 here. I thought rook takes d4, but rook d4, e4 is not the solution.
No.
Definitely not the solution. So I guess it's maybe just simply 92.
As we've seen.
As we've seen time and time again. And now the black position is kind of crumbling a little bit. Yes, c3 is threatened. You don't have a move. You just actually don't have a move at all.
That's so weird.
Yeah, because if you drop with queen c7, there's bishop f6, and you're
there's
forced
always
to take
bishop
with the
f6
pawn.
there,
And the queen h6, like, it's bad.
e8 is hanging all the time in all of these lines. So no, you can't take with the bishop. You have to.
But he's thinking here, he's probably calculating d takes e5, making sure that's actually not working.
Yeah.
And these positions are so sharp. Your clock just burns at double time.
Yeah, we'll stay with this, but as expected, Alireza and Prague, there will be now 3 against 3 on one side. They will find the repetition soon enough. Duda did play bishop c6, so no breaking news on the other two boards. We'll stay with this one.
Yeah, we're waiting for bishop h4.
8 against 9 for a lot of moves. This is move 21, 19 moves, if they do go along our main line with bishop h4 and he takes d4, play will become a lot simpler because a lot of pieces come off the board very quickly, but they do need to settle on having to enter this variation. Bishop f6, rook e1, queen f6. I suspect rook e8 might be important though, because if you take on f6 here, you're probably worse after gf.
Right, I've got the
at least somewhat worse. Yeah, knight a4 maybe, but you're running significant risks there.
Rook e8,
No, but I like the inclusion for white of rook e8. I mean, it's a nice and good thing that black actually does have bishop c5.
Everything else seems to lose, but here.
And then this whole line with 92.
92 in the
also
end
very
important, but not difficult to find.
Right, but a nice touch that we are winning the pawn back, and thanks to the awkward structure, the two bishops shouldn't be.
I don't think black has anything at all here.
After we take on f4, we can also, if we needed to, force a trade on e6. If you want to get rid.
So let me just throw a move on the board. You're saying that if
knight g6 or bishop e6.
Here bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
On the other hand, take and king g8, our knight is the.
But you're not threatening king f7 just yet. But you could be. Yeah, the knight is a bit awkward. Maybe we don't do
trade,
this. Maybe we don't do this.
Just in case.
Well, just a second, because
d8.
and you can kind of like.
Yeah, you can
freestyle.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. But again, clock times.
Push down to 7 minutes.
Wow.
But if he's going for this forced line, then he's not worried about his clock.
I really don't understand what he's thinking about. Bishop h4.
He's trying, sort of hoping against hope that g takes e5 works here, but it really doesn't.
No.
It really doesn't.
And once again, just
fg?
Kill us.
Yeah. gf?
This one.
It's very straightforward as well, because there will be a discover check along the f-file in the end. King f1, I will take on e1 with a pawn, and then knight to any square is basically mate. Knight g2, knight g4, knight h2 looks good,
Yep. Knight anywhere, right?
Bishop f7? And
knight h2 is mate,
Beautiful.
That is what I meant, yeah. We can even throw rook takes f7 for.
We do have a repetition in this game, Prague and Alireza. Alireza should be happy.
Pragg leaning back because he knows he missed the chance.
Doesn't look very happy. But
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, Alireza should be thrilled that he escaped. That bishop takes b3 decision, that is one of the most confounding captures I have seen in a long time.
He defended really well after that, we have to say.
Yes.
It's the old rule of Soviet bureaucracy. Yeah? First you create problems for yourself, and then you solve them admirably. Yeah.
Yeah. In my book, Chess Duels, I had that problem. I had this position I didn't like against Anatoly Karpov, so I created a weakness that I could solve. And I knew what I was doing after I made the weakness. After I created a weakness.
By the way, let's go to Nodirbek Duda. There has been few moves made. As Peter told us, Black has no moves, so I see
he's being overwhelmed.
Duda just played a king g8.
Yeah, now you can start going in. Knight b5 is very strong, for instance.
Can we finally start making some active moves?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see what we've done. First of all, when we left it, we saw this move rook d1, the rook step back. By the way, just visually, we do not have a Fischer random position, but a lot of the black pieces are on the first rank. Never got out of the barracks. Bishop c6, bishop a6, queen f3.
Just getting out of that diagonal.
Yeah, making the recapture with the pawn possible. Yeah. But any case, you're never opening up the e file because knight f7 is going to destroy the position. King to g8.
Yeah.
And now we need
knight b5 is very strong. I'm not sure what the threat is, but
maybe
just like
d6?
add another piece
maybe
to the...
you finally want to play d6? Yeah. Maybe it's winning some
maybe
material,
d6,
maybe not.
Maybe in some position knight a7 will win material even. Because rook c7, I will finally have a jump with knight on e5 and I will take that rook.
I'm so anxious to
somehow
open up the e file. I mean, I'm just looking at knight f7 and, you know, this knight on c5 is actually...
Knight takes c6 still throws away much of the advantage because there is no... I mean, you can play knight g6, but it doesn't win. Or you can play knight f7, but it doesn't win either. Knight f7, queen f7, once again, the same line. Queen f7 and bishop d4.
Bishop c4 at the end?
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4. The bishop is hanging, so you have to move it away.
But it turns out that...
You've given away much of your advantage. And I think this is... You can sort of understand why this is happening, because we only won one pawn. But in the process, we traded some really poor pieces for some really good pieces and gave the black pieces something to hope for. Like h5 is now hanging, c4 is now hanging.
Yeah.
The bishop on b4 actually provides some activity.
He's played knight b5.
Yeah, I think that's just so much more logical.
Yeah.
Give black absolutely no...
I think he's just enjoying this position.
No freedom to do anything.
As he should.
Completely dominating on the entire
and if you take
board.
on b5, I take with the bishop, and then knight c6 is an absolutely crushing threat.
Okay, I was going to say let's be greedy, take on a4, but that immediately loses to knight a7 probably.
Or d.
Well, d.
You can't allow d without having access to knight takes.
Well, I can't find moves for black anymore. Do we take on b5 now?
That's because you don't have any, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a very good reason for you not finding any moves here.
Our producer, Tom, loves it when we say it. It could be Zugzwang. Black could be Zugzwang.
It's borderline there, yeah.
Yeah, what do you do for a move?
Well, you can take on b5 now, or you can include e5, cd5, and take on b5 then. If you do that, you force me to go a takes b. Now you have a beautiful protected passer on the a file. Unfortunately, you're getting killed everywhere else.
The open e file is just terrifying.
And always another thing to note is you would like to play bishop d6 here, but that always loses to bishop takes h6. That's actually an important motif here. Otherwise, maybe you would be kind of surviving for a bit. But once the h6 pawn is gone, you will also get mated on the king side on top of everything else.
And just, pardon me. The c6 bishop is actually hanging. I mean, I'm just thinking this onslaught.
Just do it now, right?
All these pieces, the rooks most especially.
I think even that works. Right?
Does it?
c6 is hanging, but e7 is hanging, so why not?
I'm not sure. Why not, Peter? Rook takes...
Why isn't this winning?
I do not know.
After e takes we are taking knight f7.
I guess we take on f7 and h5, and we kind of close our eyes and hope.
It's very cold-blooded.
Well,
yeah, you got to
Queen
do
G3?
something.
My position is kind of bad, you know. I'm not expecting much. Queen G3, Queen G4. I mean, it looks lost as well. Like Queen G4, we take and take on D5. No, it looks completely lost.
Yeah.
Honestly, it looks completely lost.
And it shouldn't be a surprise to
Yeah, ED5, Knight F7.
The bar.
Okay, don't expect us to find
Knight
D3.
Yeah.
Knight D3.
C takes D5, apart from C takes D5, which is the strongest, you absolutely can play Knight F7. And I think this is why Jan-Krzysztof will never play D5, because the only move here not to resign on the spot is Knight D3.
If you try Knight D3.
Trying to lure away the rook from the E7 square and then take on F7. You lose to everything. Like, this is completely lost. Everything is completely like this.
I'd call Ignatius Leong, the arbiter, over and say, I want my opponent to be wounded. I want to go to the game of Gukesh, our world champion.
We are getting the line, yeah.
He's down to 1 minute now.
He spent his whole
9-10 minutes, yes.
Time.
The last move. It's less than 1 minute now, 50 seconds against 10 minutes.
But this entire line is going to happen quite quickly now, because he really doesn't have many choices. You take on F6, black has to take on E1, has to take on F6 with the queen. Bishop C5 is indeed the only move you can make after rook E8. The whole line is more or less completely forced. Yeah.
But
he's hesitating.
But Gukesh is hesitating as if
he has rook takes E8 now. Knight E8, Queen D6, Knight D6, Bishop E7. But you are worse than the resulting endgame. Knight takes has to be played
because of the queen hitting.
Yeah.
We play knight takes.
Yeah, we trade queens.
15 seconds.
And
trade queens. We play bishop E7.
15 seconds. This complicated position.
Bishop E7, but rook E8.
We should wait for a move because he's. Oh, okay. Again, even he did it with that move.
He did it with how much time?
4 seconds.
4 seconds.
4 seconds, and that was a very awkward capture. It just looked strange the way he did it. So rook E1 is forced. Check.
Yeah. This whole line is forced.
Rook E1 is
White has a choice of not playing rook E8, but then he is worse.
Queen takes F6, only move.
Yeah.
It's
And now
gained some time, but still less
truth.
than a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook E8 has to be included to equalize.
Yeah. If you take and play knight A4, you're actually worse, even though it's maybe not immediately obvious how, because the pawns are still weak, and you definitely do have it. Like if black just plays bishop C7, it feels like maybe we should be able to draw this by landing the knight on E6, but you're still suffering a bit. So yeah, if you see rook E8, you should play rook E8.
Absolutely.
And hard to imagine him not seeing rook E8 here. Yeah, there we have it. Bishop C5, the only thing that doesn't lose, so Wesley will blitz that out.
Rook E8 on the board. He's not in a rush. He has 10 minutes. Not blitzing it out.
No, not blitzing it out just yet.
And we have been focusing our energies on Queen F6, G6, Rook F8, Bishop F8. We're pawn down, but we notice, to our great satisfaction.
And it's lucky that after F3 we have knight D4. Otherwise, we could still have
right, F3. Don't reach for this F pawn, not because I'm taking on H3, but maybe after C5 and or Bishop C5, I have the sunny side. But we are playing, in fact, knight takes, pawn takes, and we're not even eager to recapture this pawn. We start to think that we're comfortable. Bishop C5 on the board.
It's played, and now next few moves should come quickly as well. Queen F6. Pawn takes.
It's remarkable how, a moment ago, Gukesh had 4 seconds.
Now he probably has 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
92.
He'll go 92 and he is above 2 minutes. So let's maybe switch to the other one, because this
and
endgame
he's probably making a safe draw on that one.
Quite dry.
I want to go to the game of Nodirbek, because that is very promising for
Bishop takes H6 is good. You also don't have to, even something like Bishop G3 in this position is very strong.
Bishop G3.
Just make a move, yeah.
You don't want to jump in.
Not yet.
If we see Bishop H6, we're making Bishop H6, no?
Thank you. I mean, Peter, you told me
Yeah,
that
it's very strong.
The device of
it's very strong.
Whenever you give up the protection of the knight from the bishop.
Yeah, and the longer you consider this, the worse it gets for black.
Yeah. And sum up for the viewers who are joining us late. Sum up what has gone on thus far.
Was a kind of an original take on the very old-timey opening in which Duda went for this b6, a5, bishop a6 plan, to which Nodirbek reacted, I think, correctly. And then Duda, perhaps at some point, chose not to engage with the white pieces in the center. Knight a6 instead of knight c6 was very much the start of his problems. And since then, I think Nodirbek's play was very straightforward and very good. Just play in the center, put your pieces on good squares, and for black, having not challenged the white center when he could, he basically never got a look in,
right,
and is currently in a lot of trouble after most good moves.
Like, it reminds me of the golfer who asked to explain his success. He said, "Well, I hit the ball right down the fairway, and there was the green." Sometimes just play through the center. Bishop takes h6 is on our board. Nazi, would you play bishop g3? Would you be thinking of anything?
No, if I see bishop h6, nothing can stop me from taking.
Right, wild horses wouldn't stop you. Me either.
I don't see what black plays after that. Do you take?
There are some knight c4 ideas you have to check, but they don't quite work.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, but we can even play knight c6, g8 would take c4, and the resulting positions are still kind of
overwhelming.
Overwhelming,
yeah.
e6 pawn is so weak.
We can include knight takes d8 at our leisure as well. So.
I didn't even see that was still hanging. I want to keep the knight on c6.
Yeah, it's so pretty. It's a beautiful knight. Yeah.
Taking the rook, yes.
And then hello.
Yeah, still want the checkmate. e6.
And I've got complete light square domination here. Okay, so
Duda has 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but it is Nodirbek's move.
Is there any? I mean, trickies. I can't believe this. Takes.
Rook 5.
Takes.
You can also throw in bishop takes g7, by the way. If you want to be greedy, you could play bishop takes g7 on the previous move, or rook g5. The way you've done it, rook g5.
Rook g5.
Right? Yeah, bishop h6 played.
Bishop h6.
This is move 31, so Duda's time trouble is, while bad, not as horrible as some we've seen in this tournament.
True, but he might not last 40 moves.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of a position where you're not guaranteed to survive until move 40.
Right.
The 94 is probably the strongest move here.
Yeah.
Complicates things a little bit and keeps the game going.
True.
Although for black,
I mean,
you have to ask yourself, if you play 94, what's the reply to bishop f4? And I suspect the idea is to go e5, cd5, knight d2, trying to lure the queen away from the d5 pawn and then take on d5 next move.
The knight's hanging.
But yeah, on 2 minutes, how happy are you calculating all this stuff?
Knight's trapped, right, after queen e2.
Knight takes d5 attacks some light pieces
f4
as well.
Hanging.
Yeah,
f4 is hanging.
No,
it
becomes kind of chaotic and maybe gives black a bit of a shot.
Down to 1.5 minutes, Duda.
Yeah.
He might just take on d5 and on e5, just trade some pieces. So it's at least easier to calculate. And maybe, no, I don't have rook e8.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You can, instead of knight c4, you can maybe try like e5, cd5, bishop e5. No, he's gone bishop e5 first.
He's gone bishop e5 immediately.
That actually limits his options a little bit, because after rook takes e5, rook g5 will be a threat.
So he has to take on h6. And queen f6, queen g7.
Horrible. Yeah.
And just play that endgame down a pawn. Well, we don't have to
I'm not even sure you get the endgame is the problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade because my bishop on b5 is not that great.
Right.
Well, it's controlling some important squares.
So what we're talking about is this position where oftentimes when you're offered a queen trade, you have to ask yourself the question, whose king is weaker? And I think the answer is black. So I would probably
queen f4 or queen f3.
That looks great.
Queen f4, knight d3. Let's not blunder fork on every single pivot
Triple
piece.
fork.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. I wanted to go queen f4, rook 1, e3, which is a solid plan.
Yeah.
It's just that I don't get there. Regrettably, I don't get there.
It's, yeah, but you're getting there.
Eventually,
Rook e3, queen f4.
Curious, could we play queen h4, allow knight d3, and go rook e3 then? But I'm giving up 2 rooks for no
Rook
reason.
5 e3 maybe. Probably still wins actually. Rook 5 e3 because I want your knight on e1 and
True.
maybe I will,
I'll
I will actually capture it later. Yeah, this looks like a knight.
Looks like it should be winning
like a
for
position where we should be winning.
22 seconds.
Yeah, GH.
Only
it
GH.
seemed like it was coming. I don't think anything else worked anymore.
Well, it's remarkable that you have a position where it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops on 2 games.
We need to discuss 93 right now, right?
Oh,
It's all good and well, but at least we should mention that 93 wins the exchange before you lose the game by force to something. Yeah, 91, rook
Where's the
g3.
mate? Do we play c5 or something at the end?
d3 is still not controllable.
Yeah.
Right, knight on e1 still does a good defensive
Yeah, I
job.
just wanted c5, but d3
Yeah.
is still protected, so we can't do that.
I guess the reply is 93 just d takes a6 here. Oh, rook d6, allowing rook e3.
Should be
Rook
completely losing.
d6.
Yeah, now rook 1 e3 is just winning immediately. Queen g7 would have prolonged the game. It's not great, but it would have prolonged the game at least.
Show us the checkmate. He takes d5.
I'm not sure I have
There's no
that.
checkmate. We just give a check from a 5 and recapture on d5 and like,
Okay. No checkmate, but yeah.
But positional
Terrible
overkill.
position.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, a very, very impressive play by Nodirbek. Isolated queen pawn, hanging pawns. He's converted it into an attack and he's cashing in. But I want to say excessively passive play by
and a
Duda.
very, very sadly recognizable look in Duda's eyes there, sitting
We've
there.
seen it time.
Yeah, I've done this myself so many times, like staring into the distance, trying to figure out how is this my position.
Right.
Like, why are these my pieces?
Why eyes glazed.
Yeah. Just.
And here, White's already a pawn to the good. But simultaneously, he's cashing.
Attack,
He's got the compensation as well as the pawn. Checkmating threats, forced to get rid of this queen on f6, capturing. And the problem from Duda's point of view is not only is he a pawn down, but White will have a fantastic pass pawn.
None of his pieces can move.
And actually, even the better minor piece.
Now the bishop got better too.
Yeah, the bishop, it
finally back in the game.
And it
He
controls.
was doing an important job on the diagonal. It is, but
right.
He's gone rook cd8.
Let me refresh.
Check.
Rook cd8.
Yeah, we can include the check, and then perhaps our rook on e5 currently isn't doing very much, so we can drop it back to e3, maybe create a threat of rook f3.
Okay, let's have a look. See. Okay, I love the check.
it's a bit annoying that there is no immediate mate.
Don't let it worry you because there's no hiding.
And the fact that we can't take on e6. Every time we do it, somehow advantage disappears.
we have enough elsewhere. And it's kind of, the bishop on b5 is a kind of a mixed blessing because it takes away a lot of squares from the black rooks, but you would like it to be on b1 because that would be mate.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And we do have rook g3 on the
King
board.
h7, and I'm expecting rook e5, e3. It feels like a very logical move. ed5, queen f5 check is kind of always bad for black.
And you just want to put the, ideally, ideally I think you would like to double on the g file, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you like to play like
that
rook
as well,
g4 and rook g3? Although rook f3, it's all good. It's all very, very good, in fact, for Nodirbek. And what move are they on, by the way, Nancy?
35.
So they still have 5 more moves to make.
King h2 play.
King h2.
Just the prophylaxis move and asking, okay, what move can you make?
Yeah.
Is he going to go back rook c8? Well, what else can we do?
Yeah, this is kind of extremely embarrassing. E takes d5 makes your position significantly worse, and you have no other moves of any note.
Right.
Yeah, you kind of have to do it because nothing else moves, but now queen f5 cd.
And this is the setup that White was aiming for a moment ago, where this bishop is suddenly liberated. We're not playing bishop d3 immediately, but you can understand why bishop d3 is such a fantastic threat in the future.
I guess one final variation to calculate is f6 in your position, in the position you have on your board, f7, f6, hoping to play rook takes d5 next move, but among other things, rook g6 here wins by force.
Rook g6?
And then just take on f8 and take on d6, and that endgame is completely lost. Yeah. It's a bit regrettable that we're winning by winning an endgame, but okay.
But then we ask ourselves, was our king optimally placed on h2?
Yeah, we gave up a pawn on f2. We gave up a pawn on f2. It's not going to matter, though, because we collect the entirety of the 6th rank. And we have
queen f5
also here he has rook e3. He doesn't have to take on d5. Rook g to e3. Because I'm throwing rook e8 now.
Rook e8, yeah.
Oh dear, I think you just hit.
That is a good spot.
But he can cover with something on e6.
But then we go cd5.
Yeah.
d4 rook e8 wins, right? Because there's queen e5 check in the end.
At the end. I still want my
wait a minute, wait a minute, hold on. What? Check.
Queen e5 check.
There's no runaway.
No, we get those up with
queen g3 check here. Comes if needed, yeah.
Oh, queen g3. That sure clears the cobwebs. It's not even close. Yeah, that I like that move very much.
So you can see he's taking his time. He hasn't taken on d5, so he spotted rook e3.
What makes that move especially attractive is not because of f6, but it's just the fact that you're actually using the bishop on b5, which has kind of not played a good role, and suddenly it's playing the role. Love that move.
So knight e6 maybe here?
Well, then we can...
Knight
takes
g7.
d5, knight g7, but then we...
Very sad knight on g7, but...
Queen f4, I guess. So.
Gosh.
No, I can't do that. Can I? Queen f4 and... Oh, you want to
I thought you were playing knight g7.
I wanted to take the bishop and win a king and pawn endgame.
You will do one of those two things, and you'll be happy with it.
Oh, I will. Yes. One of the confusing things about this particular game is how overwhelming White's advantages seemed, and how pathetic we were at achieving, converting the advantage. Once again, I don't doubt that this is also winning. Let's just take a quick gander at it. If I fall for it all. If I just fall for everything. Well, you do have rook g5. Isn't that remarkable? I still haven't convinced myself of.
But the end game, like f6, rook g6, that end game does look.
Yes, yeah. But rook e3, rook g3 to e3, right here, right now, with the idea of rook e8, should force resignation.
It's very tempting, but after knight e6, let's take a look at that line. What do we have after knight d4? Because I didn't find something. C takes d, right?
Were we playing rook takes d5?
Probably that's also very good.
Because
actually that might be better.
Right.
Because we have queen e5.
Yeah, I think so.
That stops knight d4.
I do believe we have a draw in one of the
Gukesh
Wesley's. This is Wesley So, Gukesh. Repetition.
They traded a lot of pieces and reached.
Yeah, they actually are playing the endgame we briefly mentioned, the one with the knight on e6 against the bishop on d6, and that the knight is now being chased around on d8, d6 squares.
And there we have a draw, a very eventful one.
Yeah, a bit of a strange game where both sides sort of missed some chances. Wesley's chances were, I think, more ephemeral, and Gukesh, when he was forced to make a bunch of only moves, he made them quite confidently. But yeah, Gukesh definitely was significantly better at a couple of spots. Knight a4 being missed early in the game, and then he could have played d3, d4 earlier than he has. But overall, I guess a fair result. The equilibrium has never really been breached outside of that one moment straight out of the opening.
Yeah. Returning to our game of Nodirbek for a moment, he did recapture with the pawn. Pretty much f6 seems forced, rook g6, capture on e5, capture on f8. Again, a winning endgame, yes, not the checkmating attack we
hoped for,
expected.
If you don't play rook g6, your advantage doesn't disappear, but becomes much smaller. You don't really want to allow rook takes d5.
The pawn on d5, yes.
And even though you're still better there.
Still rook g5s and stuff like that, yeah.
The nice point about rook, posting up that rook is such a powerful, inspiring.
Duda also has knight d7 in the current position instead of f6.
Yeah, but then we take
knight d7.
22 seconds for him.
Yeah, knight d7, bishop takes d7 looks
rook takes
horrendous. Which rook?
8.
8.
I don't want to allow queen f6.
No, that's just, it just feels ugly. No, he's not aware of his clock.
Seconds. I think he is.
No.
And
he's played knight d7.
Yeah,
I think he saw the line with rook g6.
You don't want to play bishop d3?
Ooh.
But there's knight f6. But
well, wait. Bishop d3. You're almost in zugzwang.
Yeah.
Bishop d3, knight f6, king g1, right?
Yeah, nothing moves.
That's actually really funny.
I mean, the knight can't move, the queen can't move.
The rook on d6 doesn't move.
Yeah, you still need to create a threat.
But the rook on d8 can move, right?
The first threat will be your last, I guess.
Your first threat. Well,
eventually, I mean, maybe queen f4 followed by rook f5 will end the game, because you can never take on d5. Rook takes d5, queen f6 is made, so we can drop the queen back and then play rook f5. And does black have any way of keeping the knight on f6? I'm not so sure.
I'm wondering about here. I want to trade positions with the queen and the rook, right? I want to go queen c2 and...
When you play queen c2, you are allowing rook takes d5.
I am allowing rook takes. Okay, well, in that case, bishop takes d7. And let's just...
Bishop d3 is also completely winning. I think it's purely a matter of taste now. You can do whatever you like. There's...
For Duda, not the tournament that he had hoped for, not at all. For Nodirbek, this could be the wind in the sails that he needs to climb back into the tournament. He's languishing at -1. A victory would put him half a point away. It's remarkable.
Nobody's running away with it.
No.
None of our leaders. Some people have won 2 games in this tournament, but they also lost one. So there's nobody above +1, which is quite strange after 7 rounds of honestly very fighting play.
Was MVL the only person who won 2 games?
I think Alireza as well now.
Alireza did.
Alireza as well.
Alireza lost a game. One of the things I want to say is that when you play these high energy tournaments like this one, where the games are so hard fought, energy at the end of the tournament. I mean, ourselves, as we were coming into broadcast, we were like, boy, we feel tired. Like, imagine the players. Youth dominating.
It's their advantage, yes, for sure. He played
Bishop D3.
Chosen. Knight f6 will, of course, be played. This is move 39. They almost made it to the time control.
By the way, I noticed
Queen f4 now.
Played bishop to d3 with that little twist, you know, to say, this is a really good move, don't you think? Knight f6, defending.
I really like queen f4, rook f5, as Peter said. I don't see how black survives. After rook f5, it's probably resignation, right?
Yeah, there we have it.
Move 40, queen f4.
Yeah, I think the engine goes knight g8, which is...
Knight g8?
Well, you need to prepare for rook f5. If you allow rook f5, the game kind of collapses.
Knight g8. What do I think of that
queen
move?
e4,
but then, yeah, we can reposition the queen to d4, and black really no longer has any moves.
The last move of time control, and how much time does he have? 30 seconds?
33 seconds.
Yeah,
hard for me to see the on the monitor there.
And his only moves are knight g8 or knight h7.
Oh, joy.
Yeah. And then queen e4, queen d4 is a reply to both, and after that you really run out of things to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, he's playing rook d7.
So now after that also protects f7, so that after rook f5 you can move the knight somewhere. But then white can provoke f6, and if you provoke f6, then something should fall apart.
Time control reached. No rush now, but game is almost over.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have an early day. This is the last game, and
Oh, do not give us the commentator's curse.
in this position, if that happens, then Nodirbek is not winning.
Yeah. Just to show, rook f5.
Let's say knight g8.
If the pawn is taboo.
Let's wait and
Because of this. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on screen. Your knight has to go back to h7, g8, or e8, your choice. Knight takes d5, not allowed because of the simple checkmate coming up on the very next turn. So knight g8, what's the kill?
I think the simplest is knight bishop b5.
We're going back.
Well, because
you want to go queen
F7
check and f6.
Yeah, because after bishop b5, and this is where we pat ourselves on the back that we played king h2, because rook e7 isn't even playable because there's no rook e1 check.
6 is hanging.
Right.
Yeah. And if you play rook c7, we can now use the e file, like rook e3, kind of.
Going back to e8.
Yeah, no, we are actually suddenly making progress with every move. Rook e3, rook e8.
Wow. You know, it was really strange. I was absolutely stone cold, dead certain that we were going to go queen d4 check and, you know, post up the rook on g6.
I mean, everything is winning. I'm sure this is winning too.
But Peter wants to go after the e8 square, and I don't blame him one bit. Oh, my. Rook f5 on the board? Or does that my...
Yes, rook f5 has been played,
rook f5 played,
both
and
players have left the board because they
and
reached
they've
time
made
control.
the time control. Whew. What do we have left? What games are...
This is the one. This is the one game right.
This is it?
This is why I was saying, yeah.
This is it?
It's going to be
well,
a day.
we had a series where it was 2 victories per round for the first 4 rounds. Round 5, we had no victories, and now we're on a schedule
one
of
yesterday, and it seems like one today. Extremely
Exactly.
likely.
Exactly. And our results thus far? 4 draws?
All draws. 4 draws. Pragg and Alireza. Pragg had some chances.
Yes, he did.
Levon and Fabi was the quickest draw.
Right.
Then Gukesh also had some chances earlier in the early middle game against Wesley. Bogdan and MVL, no mistakes were made. So.
Pretty much nothing really happened, and MVL did not believe that he had an advantage. Computer said he was slightly better, but he didn't think so. On the other hand, Nodirbek really has played a very, very nice game.
Well, players have taken a short break, so we should too.
Okay, we'll join them. We'll ask them, how's it going?
So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back, everyone. We are at the end of round 7. Let's take a look at our
The results.
standings and results. Yes, we've had 4 draws between Pragg and Alireza.
That game in particular, I think that Pragg is ruining that he missed some opportunities. With a victory, he could be in clear first. Sorry to interrupt you. Continue, please.
Yeah, Gukesh
Nazi.
and Wesley was a draw, and Bogdan and MVL also finished in a draw.
We have 1 game remaining, and something about this particular position reminds me of the famous Fischer-Spassky, 1972. It was the Queen's Gambit declined, where Bobby sacrificed an exchange and got this battery of the light squares, bishop on d3.
Well,
yeah.
This is just a very,
very powerful.
The good thing you can say about what we're watching is that Duda is not thinking for too long about his decisions. He is not trying to sort of prolong it artificially.
No.
I don't think he's enjoying being at the board, watching this being his position. So it's just for Nodirbek to choose the
most
way
efficient
he wants,
victory, right?
The way he wants to put the finishing touches on this.
Queen d4 check.
Queen d4, rook g6, or once again, the idea we mentioned earlier, bishop b5, forcing the rook away to like b7 or c7 or somewhere. Yeah, I think he's reaching for that, yeah. Bishop b5 played. Rook has to go to some really, really poor squares, and then rook e3. And that's actually even stronger with a knight on h7 than it was with a knight on g6, because rook e8 is kind of an even stronger threat than it would have been.
Do you want to include
Queen d4 check.
the
provoke f6?
Yeah, I like this idea of just freezing the knight so that it will never have...
Not against that either.
Yeah.
But
after f6, rook e3, maybe there's rook e7.
Yeah. That
Right.
actually allows a piece back into the game. And in that respect, rook e3 now is simpler. You are forcing rook d6, d8, pretty much everything else loses on the spot, right?
And rook e6.
And rook e6, and
Very
start
nice.
collecting. I think somewhere around there, Black
It's
probably
about
resigns.
time.
Finally, there's like a major breakthrough. Yeah, that looks, that's the overwhelming crescendo that we've been looking for quite some time. Nodirbek really built up this massively impressive position, and we couldn't find that final touch. This looks very, very good.
I've been waiting for an opportunity to use this for a while, and watching Duda sitting there, I feel like this is the best chance I will have. So I want to say, the light inside is dim, even for a Eastern European.
Wow, harsh. Wow, harsh. By the way, I mean, Duda, I didn't realize he's such an open book. I thought a lot of the players are poker-faced and stuff, but we've seen him.
Well, to be fair, maybe we haven't seen him have such a rough tournament before.
Right. That could be it.
Because whenever he performs in Grand Chess Tour, in Rapid and Blitz, he always does very well.
Fantastic.
Classical, I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, and he also didn't really have a particularly good outing in Warsaw. He finished in the middle of the pack prior to the Blitz, and then had a very rough Blitz, I think, a couple of days.
When he was expected to actually
in
be
front of his home crowd, in front of very supporting fans. That must have not been particularly enjoyable either.
True. We are looking at rook to e3, intending rook to e8. We don't have the beautiful move rook e7 because after, well, we just don't even have it. There's no rook e1 check.
There's no rook e1 check. You have to go rook d8, and then after rook e6, you can try playing knight g5, but that actually allows white to finish with a flourish, because rook g5, queen f6 wins. Edge g, queen f6, and I finally have my bishop d3 check.
Wait a minute.
That bishop will win the game finally.
Hold on. What should I do?
Rook g5. You were doing it correctly.
I was doing it.
Yeah.
Hg?
Queen f6.
King g8.
Queen takes g5.
Gotcha.
Because you can never play queen g7 because your rook on d8 is hanging.
Exactly.
And then I will finally give the check with the bishop on d3,
and
that will be the end of the game.
Win with a tactical snap, actually. Do we have rook e3 on the board? We do.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
And again, because of the threat of rook e8, we force the rook to step backwards.
Yeah, we have to play rook d8 and other things. I mean, queen d4 takes b6 is not bad. Nothing is bad here.
No. Check, take a pawn.
Yeah, we can continue collecting, but rook e6 is such an enjoyable move to make.
Exactly.
I guess you check if f takes e6 gives any chances, but it really doesn't. We take on f8, we play queen e5 check, or even queen takes h6, whatever. Rook f8, rook f8. I think queen e5 check is probably a bit cleaner, followed by de, and then anything, really.
And we claim the contract. Yes. And again, Duda just looking away, saying, ugh. I'm waiting for you to play the winning move.
It's also rook e5, right?
Oh, now you want to pile on. Yes.
Sorry.
Rook, no, it's good. Rook e5. Don't ask me why, but I just love this idea of provoking f6 and posting up my rook.
Too many good options.
Too many good options. I think that this.
I think he actually is calculating rook e5, and it's maybe rook fe5. I mean, and maybe it's winning
because you are threatening.
Yeah, queen d6 loses to rook e8, rook g3, and in the end you will lose that knight on g5. Rook e8, king g7, you have to play rook g3, knight g5, and you don't have any mate because your queen on f4 will be pinned. But we can simply take on d6 and play f2, f4 and collect a full piece. We don't need to be fancy here. And our production is telling us rook f6 is maybe the stylish way to end the game now. We should have seen that, actually. That's pretty cute.
Well,
we had such a line where we couldn't play queen g7 because the rook on d8 was hanging.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, rook fe5 chosen. Yeah, not going to fold that either. And you can play rook a8, but that allows rook e7 or d6 or really any number of things.
Yuck.
Yuck.
I think that's some scientific chess term.
Absolutely, yes, it is. That is a technical term, yeah. Maybe even upgrade it to ooh. Ooh.
Rook f6 was a very, very nice move. I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, queen d6, yeah.
Rook.
Jan-Krzysztof really not interested in trying to prolong it necessarily because this loses to check, 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 win piece.
Right, check. Now you cannot take the rook because the queen is hanging. King is forced to go to g7. Hello, a new check to the king. There's no other legal move. Well, queen g6 is a legal move, I apologize. Queen takes d6, rook takes d6, f2, f4, as you say, winning very prosaically. I mean, that's just a piece. And has he done it? Yes.
He will, yeah.
He will.
Yeah. And apart from queen takes d6, maybe nothing even wins anymore, but we don't need anything else. Like, it's plenty good enough. Although, maybe queen d4 check.
4 check isn't that bad,
and then rook
actually.
e6. Maybe that, yeah, I don't know.
You know, the more I'm looking at it, I think that's actually...
I think he'll take on d6. No?
Yeah,
No.
I think he's really strong.
He wants to take on d8 and play f4 there, preserving the d pawn.
That's exactly what he's...
Very greedy.
And very correct.
Very correct, yeah. And f4 here.
Because, as you say, you preserve the pawn, and that knight's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, just rook takes d8.
Duda is about to say, I've seen enough. Nope, not finished with you yet. f2, f4.
Yeah. You can't even attack the pawn on h5 to gain one check in this game.
Very impressive win, but excessively passive play in the early middle game, I want to say, by Duda, allowed Nodirbek to really style.
Yeah.
And the finish was very impressive.
It was a very clean finish, yeah. But knight a6 is a mystifying decision to me. Like you can't really play around white having all these active pieces forever. Yeah. You have at some point to start challenging them and trying to get them off the board.
Exactly. For our tournament leaders, Nazi, we came in, 4-way tie for first. Nobody budged.
Nothing has changed, yes.
But only Nodirbek.
Nodirbek jumped up a little bit.
Half a point.
And Duda is now tied for last with Gukesh.
Right.
The two people who you would say are having the roughest go of it, even before today's results, they were kind of the shakiest, I think, are now tied for last.
Current standings, as you can see, we had only one decisive result, Nodirbek won, and we still have 4 players in the lead, Fabiano, Alireza, MVL, and Prague. And then 3 players following Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Nodirbek.
It's 4-4-2.
4-3. Oh, sorry, I didn't see Bogdan, yes. 4-4 and 2, yes.
Yeah. Levon, Wesley, Nodirbek, Bogdan, all at 50%.
Nicely symmetrical.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4-4-2.
And we finally achieved some separation, but not at the end where we wanted to.
You're right.
People who are tied for last are now 1 full point behind people. 50%.
I think they're mathematically eliminated.
Out of it, yeah.
But I have the pairings. I'm going to give it a little
sneak
peek ahead to say
Any leaders
that,
playing each other?
Yes.
We know it's MVL and Fabi, right?
Correct. Fabi with the white
Massive
pieces
game tomorrow.
against MVL. Double black for MVL, a real challenge for him. And here it is. We'll share it with the audience.
Yes, let's take a look. We have Levon Aronian playing Gukesh, Jan-Krzysztof against Bogdan. Alireza, one of the leaders, will be playing Nodirbek.
Look at that game.
That's also a very interesting game. Yeah,
very interesting.
And as we were saying, two co-leaders, Fabiano and MVL, will be facing each other. And Wesley So against Prague.
I think for Prague, this is not the pairing he likes in the championship round. He's in tight for first. Wesley is such a tough player with the
there's still one game
pieces.
to go after that, and he'll be white in round 9. But yeah, this is not an easy pairing tomorrow, and particularly if you don't solve opening problems convincingly.
Right.
Wesley does tend to kind of play conservatively if he doesn't get anything out of the opening. But
we've been spoiled. 10 out of 35. That's a pretty high decisive.
This graphic is specifically designed to haunt me because these sort of some rounds are 1 pixel away to one side. It's like.
Oh, I see that. Now that you pointed it out.
The production is doing this specifically to keep me on the edge. Yeah.
But yeah, it was 40%, then 0, and then now at 20. Hopefully, the last 2 rounds will be
balanced.
Yes.
We want to keep the perfect symmetry. But
are we waiting for an interview, possibly?
Yeah, I think we are. But I want to say, yeah, that's a high number of draws. But when you think about many of the draws that we've been witnessing, they're really great contests. Prague, for example.
Prague's game today,
he was so close. Wesley's game today with Gukesh.
Yeah, had a lot of very difficult calculations that both players needed to make on very low time as well. Gukesh at some point went down to basically playing on increment. You do have to say that in the last 2 rounds, we finally had an appearance of what you would, I think, fairly describe as Grandmaster draws, which are extremely rare in the tour, both because the draw offers are not allowed and simply because players aren't really playing for that.
No.
You don't even have to incentivize them not to do it. They're not doing it on their own. But there has been a couple. But overall, it's still a very enjoyable tournament to watch. And with the logjam at the top with 2 rounds to go, it's going to be very exciting. Very interesting to see who blinks first, so to speak.
Nazi, I was really surprised when you said, well, that's the end of our day. Broadcast had kind of crept up on me really quickly there.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the other boards, and I saw they were all finished. All of a sudden, yes. I was like, really?
Really? Wow. Yeah. And again, we're going to jump over to Bucharest with Cristian, with the victor of the round.
Nodirbek, first of all, congratulations and welcome back to the studio. You came into this round, and you clearly had a very important goal, because in order to stay in contention for the championship, you needed to win this one. Was that the strategy?
Yeah, of course. I really want to win, and I'm very happy that I managed to score my first victory in Bucharest, including last year. So,
first victory.
First victory, yeah.
In 2 tournaments.
In 2 tournaments.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So I'm really happy. Yeah, and I'm also happy that I did in style. You know, the game was very good, I think, and I found a lot of good moves, and yeah, I'm really satisfied with my today's game.
Let's talk about the game, and we'll start with the opening phase.
Yeah, I chose this Superbet opening to just get a game, just play some long games. So yeah, I think it worked really well. He was like not sure what to play here. Yeah, Queen E2, and yeah, I got very pleasant position. And after Bishop B5, I saw that on C4, Knight 3, my play is very easy, and I have this B5 square.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point.
And you knew this idea.
Yeah, I mean this is very natural. Yeah, and after Rook C7, I knew that his idea is like Bishop B7, Knight B7, but. The thing is, like, I think he massively underestimated my bishop on b5, mm-hmm. which he thought maybe out of play, but actually it's an extremely strong piece, and it restricts all the black army and have all the space to attack, and just I bring my rook.
It does control a lot of squares, right?
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you can do everything you want on this side.
Yeah. At this point, he was shaking his head, and okay, I thought, just I have to keep my nerves and just convert this till the end.
Do you often take cues from your opponent and their body language? You just mentioned that you looked at him and you saw him shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that white has big advantage, but it's really tricky. If you focus on your opponent's body language, I think it distracts you a lot. So I don't like to pay my attention to my opponent's body language.
Yes.
So yeah, actually my play is very easy here. Like I just bring my bishop on f4, very natural. Yeah, okay. Here apparently knight d5. It's shocking to me.
That's beautiful.
Okay.
So I guess the idea being that.
Yeah, if it is, and knight f7.
That's a beautiful idea.
And yeah, but okay, I played it's very safe. Yeah, I just bring my rook. I have my pieces are dominating his pieces. He can't create any counterplay. He went for this pawn sacrifice, but okay, it turned out to be really easy to convert.
And even after that, you brought maybe we can show the end of it. You finished in style, as you mentioned, and you wanted that, rook to f5, bishop b5. Everything just flows towards his king, right? Last two, you're half a point behind a lot of people, 4 people, but still anything can happen. What's the play in the last two rounds?
Yeah, it's for sure it gives me, boost to my confidence, and I have a lot to prove, and I will give my everything to score a victory in the last 2 rounds, and yeah, we'll see.
You're playing Alireza tomorrow, one of the co-leaders.
Yeah, he's for sure very fighting. He's in very fighting spirit, so I expect to be.
He's going to have white
entertainment. So, and in the last round, okay, Wesley is very solid.
But from what you're telling me, with white, obviously you're going to try to get some chances. But even with black, Alireza will be inviting a fight.
Yeah, of course.
We're looking forward to see these games. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Nice back.
Our congratulations as well. Another look at the standings, shall we, before we start to wrap the show? Please.
Right, 4 people on top. That's Fabi, Alireza, MBL, and Prague with 4 points. And then 4 players are now just half a point behind. It's a very tight race.
When I look at that race at the very top, I'm thinking we all made the predictions. Like we should all have a piece of first. Sorry,
I'm quiet over here.
Well, yeah. Didn't we all predict this massive?
We have, yeah. And whoever tells you we haven't is
And
let's go back to Romania for final thoughts from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, I have to say, today I will let Anastasiya close the show because your pick has won for the first time in 2 years. I did not know that. He won his first game. He was extremely happy.
I'm also extremely happy.
You're still in the game.
Believe that he will do it, one day, because he had -1 all the tournament, all the way, and finally he managed to win a game. I think I also picked him last year as well, so that's why I remember very well that he didn't win any. So I think he was also happy, and it's very important to keep believing in you, trusting that you can.
And here you have it.
Yes.
Myself, Yasser, and VAR with Fabi. Nodirbek for you, Prague, of course, for Peter and Gukesh.
Nobody picked Alireza, yes, which is amazing.
Yeah, that is definitely quite intriguing. Why didn't you guys pick Alireza?
Yeah, why didn't you pick him?
We're
not sure. We're not sure.
Me,
somebody.
For me, the answer is easy, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The podcasters.
Well. That's it from us from Bucharest, guys. We'll throw it back for the final time today in St. Louis, and we will see you tomorrow. We're entering the championship rounds, and we cannot be more excited here in Bucharest.
Thank you both. Indeed, it's been wonderful broadcasting with you.
Yes, it has.
Peter, and we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you again, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.